are you going to come up on... Jason, are you coming up on me first? No? Okay. Okay, guys, this is no big deal. We're just making TV.
Welcome to PCT's 45th Open House, where you are the star. Join your friends at PCT as we show you how to create your own TV show, podcast, and radio show. Meet the local businesses and the community leaders of our coast side. That's PCT's 45th Anniversary Open House.
Yes, yes, yes. That's right, it is PCT's 45th Anniversary Open House. Give it up. You know, if only we had mics back there. Hi, guys. We got I gotta tell you, folks, we got an auditorium here, a studio, if you will, full of wonderful people who are representing the best of the coastside. And when I'm talking about arts and crafts people, P-Town Beerias is here. You just want to come on down. I would engage you and encourage you to come down. It is 580 Crespi Drive. Write it down. I know you're watching from somewhere else. 580 Crespi Drive in Pacifica. Get your booty down here. The sun has cooperated with us. It's April 15th. You ain't got no taxes to do because you got a tax furlough until October. That's right. No taxes in San Mateo, Santa Clara, Sacramento counties, San Francisco. Get your butt down here. Put those taxes down. You don't have to worry about it until October the 15th. And come down and check us out. It's Pacific Coast Television. Some of you may remember it as Channel 8 back in the day. Pacifica Community TV. These terms are all synonymous with one thing: the nation's longest running community media center. How about a round of applause for that, huh? I even got right here, I got a little gift I think somebody gave us. My name is Marty Anaya, and I'm the executive director here at PCT. And on the cameras and in the back are volunteers and dedicated folks who understand the meaning of community media and a term called public education and government access. PEG, PEG. Public education and government access. What is that? What it means is it's your opportunity to not only have a part and a say-so in the media, but also to understand the media and understand what it means to be a part of an active and thriving democracy. Think about it. In 1776, First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States was what? The right to the... Nobody knows. Okay, the right to the freedom of speech. And in 1776, what did it mean? What did free speech mean? It literally meant you could get on a soapbox in the middle of town and start talking without the cops hauling you away. And in most cases, it didn't even mean that. So what does it mean today to have freedom of speech? Well, a lot of people are yakking, and a lot of people have learned how to use the tools of communications democracy in order to propagandize news and information. But what about on a community level? What if there were a mechanism that on a community level could help you communicate what you want to communicate about arts, culture, local politics, and all your neighbors could do so too? That, my friends, is an electronic soapbox. That, my friends, is PEG, Public Education and Government Access, aka community media. Now, we have a little thing that we're going to run out to right now that's going to show you a little bit of community media in action. And when we come back, we're going to be talking all afternoon about what it means to have a community media center and why that is important in your life, particularly right now in 2023. You guys want to do all that? And by the way, all these wonderful arts and crafts people, hopefully we'll be able to get a camera on this so you can see what we're talking about. Maybe we'll get some of these shy folks to come over here and do a little interview and help us help you understand how community and community media intersect. All right, I'll be right back right after this. Thank you, guys. We love you.
Something bigger than me and you. You can tell me me all about the bills you pay, how you can't wait for retirement day. I gotta go feed my pumpkins if it's the very first thing I do. Well, my pumpkins start calling in the morning. I need a drink or two, they say. You'll need a little sun if you want to be the one I take to Half Moon Bay.
This is Carlito.
Yeah,
little Carl. Yeah, he's my good boy. Yeah, he just does his thing, you know, and just rocks around with me everywhere we go. My name's Timothy Cusick. Just hanging out, you know, enjoying the pumpkin way off.
Well, I sure like going to the way off, with its many fine sights to see. Pumpkins in the press, there's never any mess. It's wholesome for the family. It's great to come to
Oh, you know, just got a thing for big pumpkins. Little ones, big ones, we just want to see all of them. It's just fun to be here. Just the energy of the crowd. Look at everybody just looking at me and talking all the thing over here. Good, it's being loud. Getting on stage. Thanks for talking to me.
You're welcome. Thank
Absolutely.
you for talking to me.
And I now have the privilege of announcing the winner of 2021's Great Super Bowl Way-Off, Jeff Altmeyer, weighing in at 2,191 pounds, and that comes to $19,709.
All right, so what's growing a winning pumpkin?
You know, this year I went back to the basics. I just put a lot of effort into the soil, getting it tweaked just right, so it had nice balance of potassium, phosphorus, nitrogen, and went from there. I did a lot of plant management, letting the pumpkin basically tell me what it needs. I didn't go for a lot of lotions and potions and that kind of thing. I just went to the basics basically, and good soil management and good plant management, and help control the environment where you could.
Hey everybody, we're back. All right, so we are just getting started here today, and people are starting to roll in. Hi everybody. What you're doing right now, folks, is you're watching the wonderful 45th anniversary of the Pacific Coast Television anniversary. I guess we could call it an open house, because guess what? That's what it is. And what we're doing right now today is we're inviting a lot of the folks from the community to come in and see their community media center, to watch public access in progress, with the idea that maybe you can create your own show. Now, last year when we did this same type of an event here where we actually televised it, we literally had about 5 or 6 people that actually took us up on that are now running shows of their own. So I'm very, very, very excited about that. And folks, you know, hopefully again somebody else gets bit by the bug this year, because the simple reality of it, folks, is that this doesn't work unless you come down and work it. Again, my name is Marty Anaya, and again, it is Pacific Coast Television, the nation's longest running community media center. And as a nice little, affirmation of that, we just received a wonderful proclamation by our newly minted Congresswoman, Anna Eshoo, a certificate of special recognition for Pacific Coast Television in recognition of their outstanding and invaluable service to the community. There's a letter I'll read a little bit later that goes on a little bit more at length. But isn't that very sweet of her? Can we just give it up for our Congresswoman, Anna Eshoo? Now, so the other thing that we're going to do today is we have a lot of wonderful vendors from the community. P-Town Beerias is here. I don't know about you, but I'm about to chomp down on one of those here in a little bit. And a lot of wonderful arts and crafts people from Half Moon Bay, from the Mid-Coast, from as far away as Pescadero, and also from right here in Pacifica, where we're at, 580 Crespi Drive. So come on down and meet some of these folks and give yourself the opportunity to find out not only what community media is, but community media building community together. These folks are here waiting on you, and it's 1 to 5. So if you're just now tuning in and you're like, huh, what's going on? 580 Crespi Drive. Get your booty down here. The rest of it will take care of itself. Now, again, as a community media center, the idea is that we are, with the public, education, and government, exposing you, the viewership, to what's going on in your community and giving you an opportunity to interrelate. I'm going to talk more about the technology of it later. But right now I have the very distinct pleasure of introducing a gentleman who's been on both sides of the camera here at PCT. He's been a volunteer for many years on many shows, including the Bruce Latimer Show. We're going to talk a little bit about that. But Mr. Roger Glenn, it is my honor and pleasure to say hi to you, sir. Everybody give it up for Roger if you don't mind.
Thank you. It's my pleasure also to be here. I mean, on this side of the camera as well.
Now, Roger, of course, everybody at PCT knows you as a sometimes guest on Bruce, but you know, rolling up the shirt sleeves, volunteering, man. What do you do on the Bruce Latimer Show?
Well, I cover many bases simply because, well, I've been with the station now for about 10 years. Mm-hmm. And went through the training, you know, how to operate the cameras, do sound, various things. So my tenure here, I've worked practically every position, from floor manager to camera operator to working the switcher as sound, various things, and as well as when we've done the what is it called? The
telethon, you know, the auctions and stuff like that.
But
yeah,
also
definitely.
when we're on location, I've directed I'm trying to think of the big event that we have here.
Oh, well, you mean the Pumpkin Fest, the Fog Festival?
Yes,
yeah,
Fog Festival.
Yeah, and thank you, by the way, because we really need volunteers for those big events.
So, you know, it's really been a pleasure. It's been about 10 years I've been doing this, and as well as what I normally do in life. I'm a musician, so that's
well, not just any musician, folks. So it just so happens that Roger has he plays at least 2 instruments that I know about, and I guess you would say you moonlight as a saxophonist. Is that right?
I play sax, flute, clarinet, vibes, percussion, and that's just categories. We're not talking about the fact that I play soprano, alto, tenor, baritone sax, piccolo flute.
Okay, I think
flute,
that deserves a little
flute,
round of applause right there,
marimbas,
folks. Yeah.
Oboe.
Well, and on the vibraphone, you're quite famous. As a matter of fact, let me not even sing the praises. Let's actually run out to a little bit of a video that shows Roger in action. I think this is a video from the Bruce Latimer Show. This is Roger Glenn doing his thing. Check this out, folks. We'll be right back.
I see trees of green, red roses too.
I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright, blessed day and the dark, sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They really say, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them blow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, and I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful
Beautiful. Ladies and gentlemen, what about that? That was Roger Glenn. Now, was that just something you put together there? Was there a name to that group there?
Yeah, I put that together. You know, we had a request for, working here. Wanted to know if I would put a band together, and so I did. And got Jamie Davis to sing.
That's gorgeous, man. And for those of you who don't know, again, so Roger comes from a musical family. Not only is he a world-renowned, I dare I say it, I want to say vibraphonist. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How would you? What's the term for that? Vibe player. You're a vibe
I'm a
player,
vibraphonist,
man.
or I'm a flautist. Do you know the difference between a flute player and a flautist?
What's that?
$50.
$50. Well, I'm going to tell you something. Roger comes from a very esteemed musical family. And I don't know if it was that set of vibes that you were playing right there, but your dad played those on the Louis Armstrong recording of that song, What a Wonderful World.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Correct.
Wow.
Correct.
Woo.
Yeah. Yeah, my father worked with Louis for many years. He worked with Duke Ellington, Cab Calloway, television, radio in New York, CBS.
See, I like the way you say New York.
Well, I'm from New York.
That's
what can
why.
I tell you?
Yep. Now,
What am I talking about?
Now, you were born, where were you, in Manhattan?
Born in Manhattan. We lived in the Bronx, then we moved out to Englewood, New Jersey, right across the George Washington Bridge. But I came out here because I didn't have to shovel snow.
That's right. That's right. No snow shoveling required here in beautiful sunny Pacifica. But I got to say, I'm going in June. There's a thing called the Alliance for Community Media. And it's an umbrella organization that helps organizations like ours understand what the best practices are. Usually I'm there as a speaker, which kind of is, they don't give it to me for free, yet I'm speaking. We have to talk to somebody about that. But I don't get any discount. But the point is that what it does is it helps folks. And I just love, they've had it in the Bronx before. They've got Bronx TV, okay, which does the same thing that we do, but for the borough, right? Fabulous. They're really good. So if you ever get back out there, you got family out there, go give them a visit. I'll give you some names.
You know, I think the thing that's really significant about public access television is that it is like a network throughout the nation that you might be able to create some product right here.
That's right.
That can be distributed at other places. It isn't just about CBS or Netflix or anything like that. You can actually produce a program that can be put out there nationwide.
That's right. And again, not to let people's eyes roll in the back of their head here, but the history, we don't take ourselves too seriously, but we do take the mission seriously. And what we have found over the years is that from vocational education students, interns, and just folks just like you who want to come down and learn how to do a thing, what it has meant is that you're able to get that community vibe, if you don't mind the pardon the pun, out there for folks. And the thing about it is, and Roger, this is the thing that intrigues me about you, is you're a guy who's toured all over the world as a professional musician.
Still doing it, going to London and Germany in about a week or so.
Oh my gosh, man.
Yeah.
But I mean, what I'm saying is you don't need to do this stuff, goof around with your local community media center. What makes you do it?
It's volunteerism. Aside from this, my other volunteerism thing that I do, I'm a pilot and I'm involved for the past 30 years with Civil Air Patrol and Auxiliary of the Air Force.
Okay.
We work with disaster relief and search and rescue, as well as education with the next generation coming up who are interested in aerospace education. So this is part of that with me, and also I work in film. And went to film school and stuff like that. So no
wonder
fits.
I like you, man. We're like kindred spirits. When I'm not doing this, I'm a filmmaker too. And I run Sacramento Film Festival, other film events and things like that. And I just have a heart for filmmakers.
I'm also an actor with SAG, Screen Actors Guild. And
wow.
Yeah.
I hope she comes down here today. But we have a couple of other noted filmmakers. that could make an appearance. So if you stick around a little bit, you might meet some more kindred spirits there.
Yeah, I hear I'm going to be doing some stuff behind the camera.
Oh, well, I'll bring them to you then. Yeah. Like I said, pulling double duty. Roger's not only a guest, but he's also going to be behind the camera. So listen, what I'd like to do, if you don't mind, is I'd like to play another clip of Roger Glenn, because we're so fortunate here. You know, you find talent that you didn't even know that exists right under your nose, that are people that are serious, that are committed, and that also understand the value of what we do here and the value of what it means to bring a community together. So if you don't mind, let's, if we could, hear a little bit more the musical stylings of one Mr. Roger Glenn. Can we do that? Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, buddy. How's everybody doing? So what we've done here was we've added, yep, there we go. We've added Tiger Jazz Twirl's Big Stick, who is the mayor of Pacifica. Let's give it up. And by the way, Tiger, appreciate you coming down. I mean, you know, I don't envy you with all the stuff that you guys have to do, all the committees and assignments, and I'm sure some of it is fascinating, but I'm sure some of it has got to, you know, but it's for the community, right?
Right, and you know, first of all, I think that all of us love doing it, otherwise we shouldn't be there to begin with, and speaking for myself, I know how fascinating I find it. Even the stuff that might put others to sleep, I think that after you've invested the time to read the material, when you're having that conversation with others, even if it's about storm drains, even if it's about budgets, it's the engaging with other electeds that really makes it a fascinating conversation.
Wow. Well, bless you, because I mean, you know, one of the things with community media is that it is that government access, education and government access. So you can see what's happening at your local school board. You can see what's happening at your local city council. We have a gentleman from the Mid-Coast Council that's here that we'll bring on in just a few moments. So, and again, these are, in many cases, you know, completely volunteer gigs, or whatever stipend you do get is not paying the bills, okay? Let alone paying the bills. I mean, it's not even getting you from assignment to assignment when you have to run around all over the county and sometimes to Sacramento and do other things to represent your constituents. But so these people are giving of themselves. So what I want you guys to think about is that what would the world be like if you didn't have a community media center where you could see your local community in action, where you could see your local school district, where you could see your local city council, where you could see the county board of supervisors. And by the way, now that we've just established the hybrid capabilities, and by the way, that was no small feat, I might add, that now you could actually sit in the comfort of your own home, just like you can right here, right now, call in, literally call in on your telephone, or you could Zoom in, and you could actually have two-way communications. These are all new communications technologies that were literally not designed to work together in concert. But now that through working with the cities and in partnership with the Mid-Coast Council and the City of Pacifica and the City of Half Moon Bay and all the different agencies that we serve, we're able to bring you that as well. So folks, again, in a way of tooting our own horn, but at the same time saying thank you to these wonderful community servants. It really means a lot. So let's give it up for them if you don't mind. We do appreciate that. Now you have something. You have something, is that right?
I do.
What do you got
I
there?
absolutely do. I have here a proclamation from the City of Pacifica in honor of the 45th anniversary of PCT.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Now, I can do this one of two ways. I can show the nice, pretty image for the camera, or I can start reading some of these whereases. And you alluded to some people falling asleep during such things. I don't want to put your audience to sleep.
Well, if you feel, wherever you feel like they're about to, drop off here, you can feel free to. But if there's a couple of highlight whereases that you feel are highlights?
Let's pretend for a moment that it's a city council meeting that's being broadcast from PCT.
Perfect.
I'll just go through and say thank you the way I think is proper for a city to express its gratitude. Yeah. So whereas Pacific Coast Television, PCT, started as a Studio 70 in the early 1960s, making it the nation's longest-running community media center, providing public, educational, and governmental PEG television services to the residents of Pacifica and San Mateo County. And whereas PCT started at Pacifica's Oceana High School, teaching broadcasting to high school students to Pacifica and the coast. And whereas PCT was chartered in 1977 as a nonprofit organization as Channel 8, and whereas PCT has won many national awards, including the coveted Emmy Award, and has twice been voted Community Media Center of the Nation, and whereas since its inception, PCT has been an integral part of the Coastside community, providing vocational education and internships for many residents of Pacifica. And whereas in its role as a PEG station, PCT has given our community a voice, allowing public input to the issues of the day and providing a forum to community groups to reach residents. And whereas PCT has successfully produced many award-winning community-based programs like The Bruce Latimer Show, Soundwaves TV, and Footprints of Pacifica, chronicling the culture and history of the city. And whereas PCT supports open government and transparency by broadcasting the board and council meetings of coastside agencies such as the city councils and planning commissions of the cities of Pacifica and Half Moon Bay, in addition to the governing boards of coastside school districts and community councils and the county supervisors, totaling 15 boards and committees. Now, therefore, I, Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick, on behalf of the City Council of the City of Pacifica and all its citizens, do hereby celebrate and recognize the 45th anniversary of Pacific Coast Television on this day, the 15th of April, 2023.
Wow.
And if anyone's still awake, Marty, thank you and all of PCT for all the work you do, making sure that the community's voice is heard.
Thank you. Yeah, that's kind of humbling because, you know, and again, you heard me say it already once. The staff here and even, and I think all of our board of directors, I have a couple of board members here. I think Jolynn Ruedas is kind of circling around here. We have a really strong understanding that we're custodians. It's you guys. It's you guys that you Tiger, and again you too, Roger. You guys are the ones that go into the breach, so to speak, that put yourself out there every day. What we want to do is we want to chronicle that, and we also, in today's day and age, in the 21st century, right? We're in the 23rd year of the 21st century. What we want to be able to do is allow the community to have their voice heard as well, so that they can interrelate with the local government, so they can interrelate with the local school district, county board of supervisors, and also have the opportunity to have their voices heard. Like I said, last year when we did this open house, and we were just, let's face it, we were still in COVID, you know, and half the people, you know, probably didn't even want to come out at that time. It was so very, very vitally important that we give people another set of options. And there are still people who've called me and said, Marty, you know, I'd love to be down there with you in person, but the reality is I got to be home today because I have a sick elderly parent or somebody in my home who needs special attention. And if for me to go out there without a mask or just being around other people is not really a good idea right now. So for a lot of reasons, none the least of which, this pandemic that we're just trying to pull ourselves out of, it means something special that you have organizations, I'll say plural, because obviously the city, all the different nonprofits, some of whom are here today, that come together, bind together, and make the community whole. Our job, I believe, is to reflect that back on the community so that everybody has that, what I was talking about, that electronic soapbox, and has that ability to interrelate, and has that ability, even if they can't come down here, to have their voice heard. And with that in mind, I want to tell you folks, in a little bit here, you're going to actually see somehow you can create your own podcasts, your own, we just did, I see Mary Beer over there. Hi, Mary. And we just did a thing with some students from Oceana High School. She'll talk more about that in just a few moments. That was allowing those students to learn, interrelate, and then also really try to understand why drugs and alcohol is so very bad for a young mind as they're coming up. So I'll let Mary talk more about that when she comes on. But again, for us to be there, to be a part of it, to help expose, even if there was only a few people watching, let's face it. I mean, you know, Brad Pitt probably won't come down today. I called him, but you know, He said he was busy. But the point of the matter is that this is a time and a day and age in which everybody needs to take responsibility. It's not just, you're not just consumers of media, you're producers of content, and you have to be media literate. We'll talk more about some of those things as we go here today, about what media literacy means and what it means to really understand what's being fed to you, right? So I'm going to put you on a cliffhanger for that. Somebody, I got an amen on that one? Somebody? Yeah? All right. So Roger, if we could, what I'd love to do is I'd love to throw it out. And Tiger, can you hang around a little bit?
Absolutely.
Okay, because in just a moment, I'd like to bring a couple of your cohort from the city council on, if you don't mind. But Roger has so graciously agreed to go back there and help us out on the staff. Can we give it up for Roger for that reason? What a sweetheart. That's what I'm talking about. Lifting, rolling up the shirt sleeves. But what I'd like to do is play you out with a little serenade of your own stuff here. Roger, Glenn, by the way, if somebody wants to hire you for a gig, is that even possible? And if so, how would they do it?
Yeah, well, I have a website also, like Tiger Jazz. Mine is RogerGlennJazz.com. Roger Glenn Jazz.
With the two Z's, right? Jazz.
Two Z's,
okay,
right. We got Tiger
RogerGlennJazz.com.
Jazz and we got Roger Glenn Jazz. So.
And if you want an understanding of why you want to hire this guy, here it is coming at you right now. We'll be right back.
Thank you, folks.
Night and day, you are the one. Only you beneath that moon and under the sun. Whether near me or far, it's no matter, darling, where you are, I think of you. Night and day, day and night. Why is it so that there's longing for you follow the river I go? In that roaring traffic boom, in the silence of my lonely room, I think of you. Night and day, night and day, under the heart of me. There's such a burning yearning deep inside of me, and its torments won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you day and night, night and day. The heart of me, there's such a burning yearning deep inside of me, and its torments won't be through till you let me spend my life making love to you day and night, night and day. Day and night.
for Roger Glenn, everybody. That was amazing. I got to tell you, man, I really, really admire that guy. Not just for the talent. I mean, you know, that goes without saying. And you know, and the other thing, I didn't realize what a fantastic flautist he is. So he's getting that extra $50 that he was talking about.
At least.
Minimum. But then you know, and then he comes on here, you know, and then he goes back in there and volunteers. Let that be a lesson to all you youngsters out here. Here's a guy that is like top tier of what he does. He's a top musician. He's going back there and volunteering, not because I asked him to, but because he wants to, because he understands that it takes a community. It takes a community. Everybody coming together. Right, Rudy? Right. Yeah, you better believe it. All right, so speaking of that, Rudy Evenhouse is over here, who's intern and also on staff here now. We actually hired him, and we're going to have him a little bit playing a little piano for us. So, folks, stay tuned for that. And if you don't know about the Rudy Evenhouse show, you're going to find out about that. So I am joined here, and thank you, Tiger. That was just a wonderful, wonderful proclamation. Typically what happens is, you know, in the cities, and they say, well, will you give us some, like, fodder? Will you give us some bullet points of what it is? And I did that, but I'm telling you, some of that stuff came from you guys like a whole cloth, because I was like, wow, I don't remember anything like that. They just reminded me of some stuff. I was like, wow, I didn't even remember that. But I am joined also by another member of the Pacifica City Council, Sue Vouderlas. Hi, Sue.
Hi, Marty.
It's good to see you. We're going to turn her mic up a little bit. She's a little soft-spoken.
Really?
But Sue, how long have you been on the City Council now?
This is my 7th year.
7th year.
I have one more year.
One more year, and then they're going to let you free. Is that it? It's term limits.
Term limits.
Term limits. We're going to talk a little bit about that. And we're also joined by Gus. And Gus, help me with your last name, if you don't mind.
Sure, it's Gus Montemal.
One more time.
Montemal.
Montemal. See, I would have butchered it, Gus. And you're with the Mid-Coast Community Council. Gus, I'm going to ask you to pull that mic a little bit, turn it down a little bit toward your mouth a little bit. Perfect. And I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind, Gus, because you've been on the Mid-Coast Council now for how long?
About 4 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you're the new guy.
I am the new guy.
Wow. And
Congratulations.
Yes, yes, give it up for Gus. Like I'm saying, folks, we're talking about community, basically volunteerism, right? You getting a big check for that?
Nope, $0.
May I ask you what you do in your workaday world, or are you retired, gentlemen, or how do you live your...
No, I actually have a private tutoring business called Advantage Testing. Yep.
And what ages, what grades?
We work with all ages, young kids all the way through graduate school. Yeah.
What was it for you as a tutor, as an educator, that made you want to get involved as a community leader on the Mid-Coast?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think you reach a certain age in your life where you think it's time now to start giving back. And I turned 50 last year, so I said, you know, it is time for me to, you know, my business is up and going now, so I have the space in my life to be able to start giving back to the community. So that's why I got into politics.
And what neighborhood do you live in, may I ask?
El Granada.
El Granada. Mm-hmm. Talk to me, if you don't mind, because again, this is what we're talking about, community media and community issues, right? What were some of I know there had to be some motivators for you, right? That, you know, like, for example, I know Greg on the MCC is on about the lack of broadband. I know that's a huge issue for residents on the Mid-Coast and the lack of access to the internet. You think about it, we're living in San Mateo County, the birthplace of Silicon Valley and all what that means, and people on the coast side can't even get a decent cell signal, let alone in some pockets, let alone the internet and what we're talking about here with streaming media and all that. But what was it for you? What were the issues for you that you thought, yes, I can have an impact?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think the core issues are education, entrepreneurship, and just community engagement. So I grew up in inner city St. Louis. It was a very poor neighborhood, and I got to come to California for college on a lot of scholarships and loans. And so I'm interested in how we sort of improve education for our kids here on the coast side. And, you know, I got to sort of raise my station through entrepreneurship. So I think it's a great way to sort of build wealth in underserved communities. And so I want to focus on how can we make it easier to start businesses. And then, I think we've all seen our politics has gotten a little off the rails over the last.
What are you talking about?
Okay, maybe that's just me. But I think the way that you deal with that is to get people more engaged. I think the natural reaction is to kind of pull back and say, I just don't want any part of it. But that's actually the wrong reaction. It's the key is to get people more engaged, and that's how we'll sort of bring politics back into a reasonable zone.
Sure. And so what do you say to somebody going, it's all rigged, or it's all, they're all corrupt, there's nothing I can do to make a difference? Because you hear that all the time. And, I got my responses, but what do you say to somebody who maybe is a little apathetic?
Well, I think if, regardless of where you are on the political spectrum, if you look at Tea Party, if you look at Black Lives Matter, if you look, when you get regular people engaged, you actually can make real change in this world. The power still resides in the people, and it's important not to lose our faith in that. And so, I hope to be a voice that helps spread that message. So I think people have sort of forgotten it, and I hope that people will remember.
Yeah, give it up for him. Absolutely. Look, Thomas Paine, 1776. The price of freedom is eternal vigilance. Yeah. If you give up, they did win. Whoever the boogeyman is that you're worried about, they did win. You got to stay in it, and we're so fortunate to live in a country that allows us to settle our differences at the ballot box, and not at the end of a musket.
Right.
So that, I think, as the world's oldest democracy, I think that's something that we have to bear in mind. Now, let me ask you this question, and I don't mean to put you on the spot because you are the new guy.
Yeah.
And you're also probably, I don't want to assume, but I'm guessing maybe kind of getting acclimated to this idea of community media, at least as we're presenting it, PE&G, public education, government. How do you see that a tool like this could be utilized in addition to, obviously, we're playing the Mid-Coast Council, we're helping, with the hybrid and all that good stuff, but what else could be done? Not that I'm trying to put more work on myself or anything, but what else could be done, and maybe how could the community participate?
Okay, well, first let me just say thank you to your team for the support that you do give us in making our hybrid meetings possible. It's technically kind of a pain in the butt, and our group is actually kind of rowdy, so your team has a lot of patience with
come
us.
on, they're easy peasy. You see some of the groups we work with.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
We'll talk later.
Okay. I still think we're probably rowdy, but I think there's a real opportunity and a hunger out there actually for more education about how our government works.
Yes.
And how people can get involved and engaged. And so I think maybe later we can brainstorm about some ways we could put more of that kind of content out there, because I think there really is a hunger. There's social media and all that kind of stuff has made it so there's so much noise that it's hard to find the signal in the noise.
Yeah.
The value that's there.
Yeah.
And I think PCT could really be a source of that value and that signal out of all of the noise. So, happy to brainstorm about some ways.
Yeah, no, happy to. Please, let's do that, and we'll, the entire council, if you want to bring, Greg and friends and all into it. I know they're a little rowdy, but we can deal with it. And also. I just, when I hear you talk about education, a lot of stuff sparks for me there because, again, now with the new tools, I was approached the tail end of 22 by the city of Half Moon Bay because they have a coast side initiative now, which basically is going to be a business incubator. And so I proposed to the city manager of Pacifica that we could do something very, very similar right here, right out of this facility. Because we've already got the facility. We've got the media lab, and I don't know how many of our team is actually giving folks a good tour here, but we've got the facility to be able to do more and be more if I heard you talking about education and then entrepreneurism. That's what keyed me to remember that. This is something that could easily happen. Now, what they're talking about is actually building a new facility that would be an education zone for entrepreneurs specifically, and they wanted to talk to us about how we could help facilitate that. But it already exists here. And by the way, I'd be remiss if I didn't say we just got through purchasing this space that we're in right now. Right, Ian? Through the help of the county, through the help of the city of Pacifica, and the city of Half Moon Bay. So, let it not be without note that it does take a community effort, and the community ponied up, literally ponied up with cash to help us make this happen. And the latest, you guys don't even know this yet, we just installed a complete new fiber network in this building that will enable us to really be able to breathe a sigh of relief when we're handling sometimes 3 and 4 public meetings and something in here at the same time, on the same night, simultaneously, and we're like sitting there like sweating it. We got a brand new fiber network in here right now that'll be able to help us facilitate for that. So Sue, I'm going to ask you, I guess, the same question, which is basically, how has it been for you to be a servant on the city council? And because that's really what it is. It's public service, unless we get it confused. We're all custodians of a public trust. And what for you was some of the driving motivators that made you say, you know what, I'm just going to throw my hat in the ring and I'm going to try to help out?
I was on many Pacifica committees prior to this, Planning Commission, Economic Development, and actually I've been on volunteering since my children were little. I think it's really important to get active in the community, and as you go further and you go those steps of going through committees, and then finally there's council, and it's the most important of all the volunteer committees, because basically it is a volunteer position. And I have specific issues I'd like to work on, and that's why I ran for the second time. I didn't get all of my issues accomplished in the first 4 years, so I ran for a second 4-year term. I think it's really important to educate, back to what Gus said, educate the community, because the community doesn't always know. They don't know what we're doing. They don't know how many things we do.
Right.
And they're not always sure, even when we're in the midst of a huge project. Sometimes we get the answer, oh, I didn't know about that. And that's the most unusual thing to me of all, because it's out there. People can find out, but we need to educate them on how to find out what we're doing and how to go about also being involved in what we're doing. You can speak at every council meeting about anything you want to speak about. It doesn't have to be something on the agenda. Say you don't like the fact that someone put up a fence. You can come and speak at a city council meeting, and it's important for the public to be involved.
Yeah.
And to let us know what they're thinking, because we can't read people's minds.
No.
And we react. We're not as proactive because we can't know everything. We react to what
You rely on the community
and
to...
we definitely rely on the community.
Yeah. Well, and if I can just chime in on that, because, of course, as the guys that film every meeting and that are facilitating for the two-way so that you can be at home and participate, you often hear somebody, and there's a little bit of a conspiratorial mindset that kind of can float out there, where they're saying, hey, I didn't hear about this issue, or you didn't talk to me about this, or whatever. Well, that's a two-way street. That means that they got to get off their rusty dusty and get educated and get involved, just like the three of you did. Because if I remember correctly, you were an author and worked in retail, and you have a business, You're citizens first, and just as we all are. So if you don't like the way democracy is working out for you, get involved. Get involved. I mean, because you're not going to get anything done from the sidelines. Is that fair enough?
100% true.
Well, I just want to thank you, three citizens, for becoming politicians, if I could use that word, because I don't think it's a dirty word, but for becoming public servants, right? And for doing what you do. In just a minute here, we're also going to have some wonderful people in our community, including Mary Beer, who's also on the City Council of Pacifica, and who was last year's mayor when we did this thing. Now, I was wondering, I got my man Rudy over here, and Rudy actually is, like I said, he was an intern and a staffer here at PCT. PCT. Rudy, do you got a little something you want to play us out? We're going to do a little history of PCT. I want you to watch this. But just before we play out to that, I don't know if Rudy can, maybe you could put me on camera 2 and get camera 1 over there on Rudy so we can see him. So maybe we can get Rudy to play us out. Rudy, you want to do it? You guys want to hear Rudy?
Yes, do it.
Thank you, guys. We love you. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Marty.
A good time. And the world turning inside out. 200 degrees. Come in, Mr. Fahrenheit. It's Rudy, everybody. Give it up for him.
It may be hard to believe, but Pacific Coast Television has been serving the coastside since 1968.
In Pacifica, it turned out, there was in fact a TV class at Oceana High School. And what wound up happening from there was this gal that was working with them said, hey, let's get our own little studio here in Pacifica. Studio 70 then became really the first local cable station here in town, becoming one of the first, if not the first, cable station in the country.
So Rick Miller is going to get a chance to kick Terranova into a good shot here. Now if he gets a good punt off, he can give the pressure on Oceana.
Broadcasting with heavy, old black and white cameras, PCT covered the Pacifica oil spill and won an Emmy in 1972. Amazingly, the oldest person on the crew was only 15.
There was a giddy freedom about the place. So anything that we thought was interesting and fun and colorful or new, we just covered it.
By the 1990s, PCT had become a destination site for interns and broadcast students from across the Bay Area, and saw its schedule filled with imaginative award-winning shows and local government coverage.
Very proud of our Channel 26.
People at Channel 26 invited me down to work on the auction, and I had a blast, and hopefully we raised a little bit of money for Channel 26.
PCT is a team effort, working with the cameras and working with the equipment. Every time I come, I never know what I'm going to work on, but I always enjoy myself.
This is a lot of fun. It's a learning environment. It's a laboratory where you get to test me right here, see what works and see what doesn't work. And working with other people's productions, you get an idea of what will work on your production.
In 2011, PCT expanded its reach down the coastside to bring programming to Half Moon Bay, Moss Beach, and a dozen other cities as far south as Pescadero. PCT provides coverage of the coastside's many political meetings and major events, such as the Pumpkin Festival, and programs 2 cable channels, one on either side of Devil's Slide. PCT recently completed an expansion program into HD streaming online, and it has built a vast archive of on-demand programming, available on any screen, on any device, at any time. Pacific Coast Television is the gold standard in community media programming.
Become a PCT member today. Visit www.pacificcoast.tv, scroll down to the Save Our Station button, and click. Then donate any amount to help support our station, and you can become a member. Anything counts. Pacific Coast Television, the voice of the coastside.
What's going on, guys? I'm Joshua.
And my name is Crystal from Pacific Coast Television, and you're watching What's Hot Half Moon Bay.
The show that talks about the current events in Half Moon Bay.
But today it's going to be a little bit different. We're going to be talking about how to create an infographic.
What's an infographic, Crystal?
It's a great question, Josh. An infographic is a representation of information in a graphic format designed to make the data easily understandable just at a glance. It can be pictures, drawings, or even paintings, along with the text to convey a message. Josh, can you start us off by telling us the first step in how to create an infographic?
Yes, I can. You're gonna want to first choose the right dimensions for your design. To just start it off, choose the design type from the website that you are using. These are the set of optimal dimensions for each graphic. Whether it's a social media post you're creating, or a flyer that you're creating, or even more than that, you also want to pick the dimensions of the space that you are working in. So here's an example of what I mean. Like, if let's say you and me, we're talking about, television, the ratio is like 16 wide to 9 tall, or we're talking about high definition, it's 1920 by 1080 pixels. So Krista, can you take us into the next step?
Of course, Josh. The next step is going to be, you're going to want to choose a background design. Different colors tell different stories. Colors and designs have distinguished meanings, which are necessary to be more appealing to your audience. You kind of want to aim for harmonious and complementary colors, such as purple and yellow. They instantly bring energy and life to your design. Green and red make positive emotions stronger and negative emotions weaker. For example, a Christmas tree, it has red and green, and during Christmas time, it makes you feel more excited and more positive. But going into the next step, it's going to be adding your elements. Josh, can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yes, I can, Crystal. So the third step is, this is very important. Choose adding your elements in. So what that basically means is, your elements, your design might include the elements of, you know, you got text, you got icons, you got photos, you got illustrations. So the thing about all these elements is that they all need to combine in such a way where it's visually appealing to the audience. It's like a team thing. But you don't want to be in a situation where your texts that you create are so big that it's overpowering your infograph. Like, what the heck?
No, definitely.
And you don't want to be in a situation where you create your text are too small and your audience is kind of like looking like, what is this? Like, I can't see it. And, but adding photos into your infograph really make it pop out. Like, whoa, it's like that's
No,
crazy.
you're definitely right, Josh. Like, you're definitely right. But you also want to make sure you choose the right fonts. The font is a style of lettering. The look for your fonts have a huge impact on your design. The most common ones everyone knows are Times New Roman, which you use for writing letters, and Courier New is for writing scripts. But the most popular ideal fonts for writing an infographic are Roboto, Helvetica, and Arial. But also just don't be afraid to add your own style, a little razzle dazzle in your infographic design to make it really stand out. Now that we've explained the do's of how to create an effective infographic, Josh, can you explain the don'ts of infographics?
Yeah, I can. And one of the things you don't want to do is stuff your infographic with so much data and so much data, because then you want to keep it simple so your audience is able to read what you did and be able to understand the concept quickly and grasp it as quick as you can, because you don't and you want to also just stick with one topic. You don't want to have multiple topics going on.
No, definitely.
It's just going to be confusing for your audience. Going to be like, what the heck? I'm like confused. What am I reading? Which topic are we talking about? And you know,
just as this one, like, look, it doesn't have too much going on. You know, you have Pacific Coast right there. You have the Half Moon Bay right there. You have the skater, and you have its visually stating skate park right there and where to go. No, definitely.
Yeah, and like I would say the most important thing out of this list, I would say, is like, you know, because, you know, infographics, it's all about telling a story to the audience, right? So you want to try with visuals and text. It's like you want to find that balance between the two. So then, because they work together, one can't do well without the other. So you got to be able to, it's all about finding that balance so then the reader is able to look at your infograph and be able to understand the story that you're trying to tell. So it's about finding that balance. That's one of the most important things I would say that in this,
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with you. I feel like less is more, you know, because you don't want too much going on. But now that you guys know how to create an infographic, thanks to Pacific Coast Television and What's Hot Half Moon Bay, now you can make infographics just like this. And this. But yeah, I just want to thank all the viewers for tuning in to another great episode of What's Hot Half Moon Bay. Again, my name is Crystal.
And my name is Joshua, and thanks for watching.
Bye.
Peace out.
Hello, world. Coastside, Pacifica. I'm Robbie Bancroft. I'm a co-owner of Breakers, the restaurant in Rockaway Beach. I used to work at the Pacifica Resource Center. I'm on the board of Pacificans Care. I'm also in the band Obsolete Man. And my dream is to play in this studio now that we're back open. But PCT needs your help. We need to keep this station in Pacifica. They do public access. They do the government, which I spoke of, the city council meetings. We all watched that during the pandemic over Zoom. It wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for PCT. And they also have an educational component. You can come in, you can learn how the media is made. You can be on this side of the camera. You can be on that side of the camera. It's all possible because of PCT. It's all possible because of your support. So please support this station. Support the dreams of the next generation to create just the massive amounts of media to make a difference in this world. PCT needs you now more than ever, so please support them.
feel it. So, Lori, I'm going to step a little bit closer here to the camera 2 here. And, no, like, yeah, right there. See that? See that? X marks, T marks the spot. Lori, can you tell us who you represent and what you do?
Well, I'm a jewelry maker, and I represent the Mid-Coast artists south of the tunnel. And today we're going to draw some raffle tickets, and we have some lovely prizes from all of our local artists here. And hopefully people will win fun, wonderful things that they love.
So there's actually a raffle going on here today. How about that? I just learned that. Did not know that. But what? Yeah, you guys. Well, before we pull, okay, they're going to buy them before we pull. All right.
How much are the raffle tickets?
You're going to pull more though, right?
Yes,
Can we? Okay, we'll pull these.
Now and then I can
Yeah, we'll pull. There'll be more chances to win. Now, by the way, what are folks going to win here?
Well, we have a lovely table of gifts that have been donated from all our lovely artists. So there's quite a bit of jewelry, and there's some edibles, and there's some soaps and candles, and some pots for plants, and all kinds of fun things.
That does sound like a lot of fun to me. All right, are you guys ready to pull? You guys ready? Can I get a piano roll, please? All right, here we go. Lori, and the first winner is... The anticipation is killing me. I hope it lasts.
All right, we have number 656304.
Oh, that's me! No, I'm kidding. Oh, no, wait. Who's that? This gentleman right here. Do you want to come on on camera, or do you want to just be back there? Oh, so his wife stopped him. He was about to come up. You know, that's what Will Smith's wife should have done last year. No, honey, no. Okay, here he comes. All right. Wait, come on over here. Come on over here, sir. Come right over here, sir. What is your name, sir?
Bob Mitten.
Hi, Bob. And what brought you down today?
Wanted to check out what you got going here. We're out of Pescadero. My wife works for the radio station down there, and we wanted to...
Works for HMB?
No.
The radio? Oh, there's another radio.
KPDO down in...
Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, thank you, Bob. And thank your wife. She's a radio person. That's why she stopped you. If it had been radio, she'd have said, go for it. All right, Bob. And what did Bob win?
Out of these, we'll go over to the prize table, and you guys can pick your prize. How about that?
Get to pick your prize?
Yeah.
Bob, thank you so much for coming, sir. Yes. I kind of feel a little like a Bob myself, like Bob Barker right now.
Okay, let's get...
You know who that is, Rudy? You know who Bob Barker is? Okay.
Have your pet spayed.
Rudy's old school, man. He's an old soul. He knows about the Tonight Show. Okay, ready?
Okay, we have lucky winners 656293.
656-293. 656. Oh, it's me. No, kidding. You guys didn't buy one yet. 656-293. Who is it? Come this way. This is how you get them on camera. Got to trick them. Come on over here. Okay, here she comes.
Deanna, come on.
Oh, she bought a whole bunch of them. Give it up for her. Who is this? Deanna. Yay, come on in, Deanna. Hi, Deanna. Now, wait a minute. It says sun catchers.
Yes, I make sun catchers, and I bring everything that people can make their own sun catchers, like the beads and the mermaids and the crystals.
Oh, that's wonderful. So you make them if somebody wants to buy one, or you'll show them, teach them how to fish.
Yep, right on the spot.
And you're right over here today. So 580 Crespi, if you want to meet Deanna, she's going to help you make or purchase a sun catcher, yeah?
Yeah.
And what did she win? She's going to get to pick. Give it up for them, everybody. Thank you, Deanna. And maybe we can get Deanna to come back a little bit later, just because, you know, we'd like that. That'd be nice. You want to do one more? Let's do one more. Come on, come in closer. Right there on the tee. There we go.
Okay, we're at 656303.
656-303. Somebody who? Who's got it? 656-303. I can't use that joke anymore. I milked it already. 656-303. Who's got it?
Marty, are you sure it's not you?
All right, 656-303 is going to lose out here. All right, sorry, 656-303. Who is it?
656-334.
656-334. I would like to see, by the way. Oh, we got them. I would like to see what they win. If you can bring them back a little bit later, I'd like to see what that was. Because that'll bring people in. They'll be like, hey, man, I want to come over here. Hi there. Come on right here, ma'am. Pleasure to meet you. What's your name, dear?
Jenny, like gin and tonic.
I'm a vodka soda guy myself, but I'm picking up your drift. I switched up from tequila. We'll talk. But Jenny, thank you so much. Now, what brought you down today?
I actually wanted to see the operation. I know you've been here for quite a few years, and so have I. So
You have you? Well, you know what? Thank you so much for coming down here. And look, it actually netted you something aside from a good time. Yes, ma'am.
later, huh?
Maybe a possible, hey, don't threaten me with a good time, Jenny. Everybody give it up for Jenny, if you will, and Lori, too, for making it happen. All right, so, you know, guys in the booth, I'm feeling that Tonight Show vibe. Can we, for the people that don't know, that are just tuning in, Jason, hit me one time.
Welcome to PCT's 45th Open House,
okay,
where you are the star. Join your friends at PCT as we show you how to create your own TV show, podcast, and radio show. Meet the local businesses and the community leaders of our coast side.
Stand back
PCT's
and stand
45th
by.
Anniversary Open House.
I got jokes. Thank you, Jolynn. Oh, the food? Oh, I'm not going to forget to eat. Okay. Gotcha. I actually don't know what she just said. You know, sometimes you have to fake it. Okay, so now we are back with the mayor of Pacifica, Mr. Tiger Jazz Twirls Big Stick. Give it up for him if you don't mind. And of course, his co-conspirator. Just joking. These people
choice of words, sir.
Wrong choice of word. These people are public servants, people, and I would also add we're also joined by another cohort. Is that a better word?
Yeah. Better.
Bring that one in. All right, Mary Beer and Sue Vaterloss. Give it up for them if you don't mind. Mary, I'm going to ask you, dear, if you don't mind, to pull that in a little tighter toward you, a little bit more, and then just kind of aim it right at your mouth. There we go. Perfect. And again, I want to say thank you for you guys for doing what you do. We talked, if you're just joining us, you're joining the PCT Open House. It's our 45th anniversary celebration. Now, those of you who are kind of sharp will probably remember we said that last year too. But here's how it works. The 45th goes from 1 year, right? It ends on April the 21st, because that was the year that was the date that we incorporated. So it was April 21st, 1977. So on April 21st, it'll be the end of our 45th year anniversary, and as such, we think it's a pretty big milestone. A lot of community media centers have come and gone the way of the dodo. I'm going to be really honest with you guys. There are a lot of threats to community media and to what we do, both from the industry. And also, you know, it's just a reality that a lot of cities and municipalities and in some states, they just don't see the need for it, frankly. They just don't get it, or they don't want to get it, or they've got other uses for the funds. And we certainly here like to think that we're living in a kind of a different environment and in a different kind of a mind frame, where it's not just okay, a government shop, or we're just going to play city council meetings or what have you, but it's more than that. And so one, I think, perfect example of that is what Mary is doing with the kids over at Jefferson Union School District. And Mary, if you could tell us about this program. What is it? What's it called? And what does it do for the kids?
Yeah, absolutely. It's called Be the Change Youth Coalition. It's the youth component of the Pacifica Prevention Partnership. And the mission is to reduce substance use and access and availability to substances through media messaging, right? Policy change. Yeah.
And you did this wonderful thing with these kids, and we were fortunate, okay, let's just say, to be a part of it. I don't want to, over-bloviate our participation in it, but what I witnessed and what I hope that people at home got to witness was an organizational effort that actually involved the kids in being that change as it relates to drugs and alcohol. Can you tell us a little bit about how it worked? Because it was brilliant.
Yeah, sure. So our youth council, there's 32 of them, by the way. And we broke them up into 4 groups. So we had our workshop group, we have a research group, we have the podcast group, and then social media group. And we held a youth summit over at IBL, and the youth ran the whole thing. So they planned everything. There was a youth-led workshop about drugs and alcohol. We had tabletop focus groups about drugs and alcohol, and then mental wellness. We had a really cool photo booth, which was super fun. And then we had a live stream podcast by PCT.
And the kids. And the thing is that the kids took the ownership, took the responsibility of educating both themselves and then the rest of the student body and everybody else through the media who was listening about these issues. And I think that, I don't know, I'm guessing it was your idea, Mary, because it was brilliant. So I'm assuming that you had to have been the brainchild of it. But it was brilliant to make the kids to take ownership of it.
Yeah, everything has to be youth-led. It has to be. We have to empower them and uplift their voices. And the way to do that is by letting them lead. It makes sense, right?
Not only did it make sense, but I was really enthralled because when the kids got up and first of all, their presentation skills, I'm like, where'd she get these kids? Are these like some ringers that she brought in? These kids were on it.
Yeah, they were. I'm laughing because it was quite a challenge getting there, but they sure did.
I heard you say that there was a challenge behind the scenes, but man, did they pull it off.
Yeah, I was just like, wow. And it happens to me every year. Every time I see the young people get up there, I'm just so proud. Like I just burst because they work so hard, and then to see them be so proud of themselves afterwards, and to have a product, right? So the It's Always Something podcast is something that we can look back on, and they can share with their cohorts and with their teachers.
The testimony or testament to it.
Yeah, you bet.
And without bloviating or extrapolating too much, I think it means something. So if we're talking about what we do, the open house for community media, for PCT, when you can, even in a little small way, involve the community, involve the kids. I don't know if you have any statistics off the top of your head, or maybe Tiger or Sue, about the Bay Area, but what kind of a problem are we talking about when we're talking about youth involvement in drugs and alcohol and the deleterious effects?
So it changes, right, over the years.
Sure.
So a long time ago, the problem was with alcohol, right? The kids were binge drinking, and then it moved into cannabis, and now, unfortunately, it's prescription drugs.
Ouch.
Yes, ouch is right, because fentanyl is very, very dangerous, and it'll kill you. Just a tiny, teeny bit will kill you. So it's really scary now, and we try not to use scare tactics, but you can't help it because that's reality.
Yeah.
Is that it's just really scary. So.
And I'm not even sure if it's I guess all the vapes, most of them now, used to be that if you bought a vape, you could get one that didn't have nicotine, but now they all have nicotine.
That's a lie.
Oh, that was a lie?
That's a lie. There's always a percentage of nicotine.
Really?
Do not let the tobacco industry fool you.
The tobacco industry lied to me?
Hey, Marty.
Yes, they did.
I just wanted to say one thing.
Yes.
You know, the podcast has been really important for our young people because they were able to come down here and they learn from Jason and Jordan,
Yes.
right? How to use all the equipment and all the things and the cameras and the sound effects. And that's not the only project we've done with you. Right? Many years ago, we've done digital storytelling and video production. And so PCT has been extremely important to our youth-led work. So thank you so much, Marty.
Oh, no, thank you. I feel privileged, you know, because the whole thing was happening on a Saturday, and we didn't have a huge heads up, and that's not any fault of yours. That was just, you know, if somebody doesn't mandate, hey, this shall be done, you know. So the staff was like, hey, man, we're off that day, bro. And I'm like, no, we're not. We're working. And but you know what, after, you know, and Jordan was like, I'll do it, you know, but I mean, the point is that, you know, both Jordan and I, like afterwards, we were like, dude.
So great.
Yeah. Like, you know, really, I should be paying somebody
It was so
for this
legit.
opportunity,
So legit.
you know.
Yeah.
But when we're talking about these problems, again, it's a community-wide problem. So it has to be an all of the above effort. And of course, as we're here at the open house for PCT, we're going to sing the virtues and the praises of PCT because we have 2 podcasting studios right in this building, and we can teach you how to do it from home. Like I'm talking to like the city manager. I'm like, hey man, you want to do a thing from your desk? We can make it happen.
Right.
Like if you want to do a thing from your desk. And I know a lot of times they don't necessarily want to be the face of it, and I don't blame them. But the point is that if the issue rises to the level of it, we can do it. But we can also do it for you at home to where you don't even have to come down here. But if you want to come down here and have all the bells and whistles, you don't have to be in this big studio. You could be in one of 2 small podcasting studios and or in the media lab where, like I said, we can facilitate for more. So that's one aspect of it. And so obviously we want to drive that point. But what else, though, Mary? What else can people do who maybe come into your auspices or who have maybe a desire to want to help? I know that this is run in a partnership and with the partnership with the schools and so forth. But if I'm just watching at home and I'm like, okay, what could I do? What can they do?
There's many opportunities for them to volunteer with the work that we do. They can help us with a data gathering. They can help us with resources. We always need snacks. Our kids always need snacks, so there's that. They can help us with events. They can contact me at mbeer@jeffersonunion.net.
mbeer, B-I-E-R, at jeffersonunion.net. jeffersonunion.net.
Yeah, it would be great. We'd love to hear from people.
And what do you need?
We need food.
Food! I need some food right now. I'm starving. I had one of the empanadas from P-Town Birrias over here. Guys, have you had the empanadas?
We could use some graphic design.
Graphic design?
We're trying to create a logo.
Okay,
right?
then we can help with that.
Okay,
you know.
that's what I
But if you're a
figured.
graphic designer at home and you're looking for something, as a matter of fact, I think I just met a graphic designer over here a few minutes ago. So yeah, okay. What else? You're on a roll. I'm liking it. Food, graphic design. What else?
Supplies, I guess.
Like what?
Well, but let me just stop really quick because our partnership with Jefferson Union High School District and now the Daly City Youth Health Center has provided us a lot of things that we didn't have before.
Those
So
folks
now-
over at Daly City got going on, don't they?
Yeah. And so now we have access to everything we need, all the computers, all the supplies. I have a team of people that are working with us. We have interns. So the need for volunteers isn't as much as it used to be, but that doesn't mean we don't want them.
No, and even if for their sake, right?
Yeah.
That's the thing we're saying here. It's like, on an average day, do I need an army of volunteers? Probably not, but is it going to be good for them to get involved in a show and then maybe one day they'll go, you know what? Maybe I'll do a thing.
Yeah, or maybe
know?
somebody has some skill that they'd like to teach our young people, right? They can come in and talk to us. We're there every Wednesday from 1 to 3, right? So anything like that is great. And shout out to Robbie Bancroft because he spends some of his time with our young people too,
He sure
helping
does.
them with media. So
Yeah, we love Robbie around here.
Yeah.
So much so, we put him on the poster. By the way, sorry, Robbie. Oh, we didn't ask him.
Are you kidding? Sorry to put his face out there.
No, but I
think he's
mean,
okay
you know,
with
I mean, it's kind of like, it's kind of appropriate to ask somebody. I mean, we were in a hurry making that post. We got Rudy on the poster. Rudy, you didn't mind, did you? No, I didn't. Okay, he was okay with it. All right. Well, you know, Mary, I just want to applaud you and Sue. Yeah, everybody, give it up, please. I want to applaud all of you all for your public service, but Mary, you know, and by the way, you know, so the Pacifica Collaborative.
Yes, I was
Can you
wondering.
talk about that? Would you mind?
I would not mind. No, the Pacifica Collaborative has been meeting once a month for 20 years. So it brings together all sectors of the community. We break bread. We support each other's work. And we help enrich our community through our relationships. And it's been a really wonderful experience when you can sit around the table and you can count the things that are happening where people are actually like, oh, hey, I'll volunteer there. Okay, Lynn Adams, I'll be at EcoFest. Okay, Marty, you know. And so through our
Right.
relationships, we create this bond of unity. Right.
Now this is separate from what you're doing with the kids.
It's a
It's
separate
another
grant.
organization,
Yeah.
the Pacifica Collaborative.
Yes.
And how is that supported? Who's the funder of that, or
Yeah, it's the Office of Diversity and Equity through San Mateo County.
Through the county.
And it's the North County Outreach Collaborative. So we're one of 5 agencies that do outreach work in San Mateo County.
it's a collective of agencies that come together monthly, right?
Oh, yeah. The collaborative is, absolutely.
And that's where I've had the good fortune to meet some of the folks over at Daly City and South City
Yeah.
who are working on these same problems. And look, can we talk? Because here's the deal. We're all working in our little silos, right? Okay? I'm gonna give you an example to illustrate the point that I haven't made yet. But so when we do our PCT honors, one year we had a lady that was being honored from the Coastside Boys and Girls Club. Then we had another gal that was from the Pacifica Boys and Girls Club. Now we know that in recent times the local Boys and Girls Club has fallen on hard times, but they're doing really good down south of the slide. Just so happens the two ladies meet. They're basically doing the same job on 2 different sides of the slide. And you know, the light bulb goes off. Why aren't we collaborating? Why aren't we pooling resources?
Yeah.
We're all one coast side. You know, and now with the tunnel, it makes it so much easier. You know, in fact, somebody who's in Montero told me, you know, it's easier to get to the Pacifica Safeway than it is the Half Moon Bay Safeway. And I'm like, really? Because back in the day, it was a little treacherous. My only point is that we do need to be pooling resources, collaborating. South City with what they're doing, because one of the things that I know is near and dear to your heart, Mary, is the idea of unity and supporting love and anti-hate, because there had been last year a rash of hate crimes, let's face it, in Pacifica, and of course we know what happened in Half Moon Bay, and guess what? We're all dealing with the same things. So if you can get resources together the way you do with the collaborative, and bring in, if nothing else, just so we can hear what other cities are doing and how they're tackling it, and who knows, maybe there are some symbioses that can happen as a result.
Well, yeah, and there's already so much work going on, right? So if we can support the Pacifica Peace people in their, you know, talks about race, if we can support the Pride Parade and just getting resources to people, right? So the more people we know, the more resources we can get.
Sure,
to
and
others.
all of those things matter. And matter of fact, when is Pride this year? When is the
It's
Pacifica Pride?
June 3rd. Yep, parade down Palmetto. Hopefully we'll get the permit, so that's not a, you know, hopefully we'll get the
gotta
permit.
get that
I have
permit.
to say, caveat.
Okay, city permitting staff, if you're listening. You're listening. You think she'd have some pull, but no, that's what I mean about citizens coming together. You gotta make it happen.
Yeah.
And parade down Palmetto, and also a little bit of a festival.
Yeah, family festival at IBL. Where
At IBL.
We'll have entertainment and booths and resources and fun.
You know what? So you got me on a whole nother track here. My mind is going places. Must be the kombucha. If we could, maybe Sue and Tiger, completely off the cuff, if you want to expound a little bit, What's the value of events in terms of building community? I mean, yeah, we're talking about community media, but every year, man, we go down to that Fog Festival, and I see an entire community of people coming together around a cause, around an idea, and I kind of want to believe that it kind of helps out city coffers a little bit, maybe somewhat, maybe, who knows?
You know, the first place I went to was coming out of pandemic.
Yeah.
First and foremost, as we were all, as you referred to silos earlier, truly in our individual silos.
Oh, yeah.
These events are especially important right now for reconnecting us as a community, for reminding us what it means to be a community.
Regardless the economic benefit.
And after that, you're right. If people are coming out of their houses and spending time in any given part of town, Palmetto, for example, oh, now that I'm here working on this particular event, whatever it happens to be, and here's the various businesses, and maybe I was already planning on visiting one, and here's a new one that just opened. Perfect opportunity to find out what's available, and yeah, by procuring whatever wonderful thing you discover, you're helping out the entire city in the process, because that's ultimately how a pothole will get filled.
I think the coming together of friends that, I mean, especially after COVID, that people we hadn't seen in a long time, it's such a positive event. You have bands, you have music, you have food, you have friends. It's a really positive event. And it brings people from out of town, too, to see what is great about Pacifica and what is great about the Pacificans. Because they're the most important thing. It's people.
Yeah, something in the water, maybe. I don't know.
Something
it's
in
something
the
around
water.
Here. Well, I got to tell you, I got to reaffirm that point, because we take that little tent out, and when we're doing the video, so we're filming the event, right? I can't tell you how many people walk up to us and they're not talking about PCT. They're talking about, wow, this is a cool little town y'all got here. And they're discovering Pacifica. Some of them end up moving here, contributing to the tax base, right? And in so many different ways, opening up businesses. Same thing with the Mid-Coast. You know, we got Handmade Pacifica here. And by the way, Cheryl, we've got all these wonderful vendors who came from Handmade Pacifica, and our wonderful Cheryl Amateur, who can't be here today because she went and got appendicitis on us. Don't worry, she's recouping. She's going to be okay. But Cheryl, we love you, and we thank you for bringing these wonderful folks. But, you know, down in Half Moon Bay, they're doing the same thing, okay? And on the Mid-Coast and so forth. So many of these artisans are from the Mid-Coast. So the point I'm getting at is just that the more people that I think that we can expose to this, not just Pacifica, but to this coastal community, all the way down as far as Pescadero, which we serve, which this station serves, and some folks are here from Pescadero today. Thank you for making the drive. Then I think, you know, it's no longer just like a stop on the way to Santa Cruz or Monterey. Right? It's a destination unto itself, right? Yeah. So, folks, thank you. Thank you, Tiger Jazz, Twirls, Big Stick. Give it up for him. Thank you, Sue Vaterlos. And thank you, Mary Beer from the Pacifica City Council. You guys have been absolutely stellar. I know that they've got other things to do because they are citizen, politicians, so they got to probably go to some other shindig. So I'm going to let you guys go, but if you can and you want to, hang around. If we can, we'll put you back on the air again. But in the meanwhile, we're going to run out to a little bit of a break now. Jason, I'm just feeling that Tonight Show vibe. So if you don't mind, Jason, if you could just, when you play us back in with that thing so people know what it is, so it just reconfirms for people. And meanwhile, on the play us out, Rudy, can you hit me with a little of that Tonight Show jazz? Hey,
take a look at some of the shows produced and aired on PCT throughout the years.
Welcome to the only live primetime musical variety show on the West Coast of the United States.
rocks and gravel make a solid roof.
I got some real good TV tonight.
You ready? This is Soundwaves TV.
Let's welcome Kathy Holly and Spotlight.
Welcome to Street Talk for Entrepreneurs, where we reveal what it really takes to build a successful business. Hi, I'm Brandon C. White, and this is Build a Business Success Secrets.
I had to do a special, I think I'm going to call this a season finale with my pal of pals. Mary Beer is in the house. How are you, Mary?
If you have an idea for a show and want to get your message out to the world, PCT can make it happen.
Hi.
Hi.
What is your name?
My name is Kalima Salahuddin, and I'm on the board of the Jefferson Union High School District.
Oh, it's really cool. So how are you liking the summit so far?
How am I liking today, or?
How are you liking the summit so far?
Summer?
Summit.
Okay, sorry, I couldn't hear. No, this is great. I love the turnout. I think it's fantastic that we had so many students from both our district and the elementary school district.
Sorry, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt. Can you talk into the microphone?
Oh, sorry.
You have to
Get really close? Okay, no
You can hold it if you want. You can hold it.
Okay.
Like, take it out. Just pull it out.
There you go. Okay, so I think the summit's fantastic. I love the turnout. I'm glad that we had so many students from our district and the elementary school district here to talk about the important issues that you guys are discussing today.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. So you said you were on the Jefferson High School District Board. How's that been?
I've been on the board for 10 years, and so it has been a journey. I've learned a lot personally. My kids went through the district. I had my son went to Terra Nova, my daughter to Oceana and Jefferson. I had twins. So trying to make sure that we have a good school district for all of our kids, including my own, and then being on the board through COVID, which was tough. But I'm glad that we're all back in school and getting as close to normal as possible.
Yeah.
So what is your favorite section being in the podcast? Or not the podcast, I'm sorry. The summit.
You know, the activity they did where you're drawing your ideal community, I thought that was really, I was so interesting to hear what different tables came up with. And then it's always nice to hear what students think about what the future should be. We always talk about the adults.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Carlos, you got any questions?
Actually, yeah, I do. How do you handle the school board or what you were in? I'm sorry. Yeah.
How do I handle it?
What do you do there? Oh, yeah, what's your position?
I think so. The superintendent runs the school district,
Oh.
and the board is the superintendent's boss.
Oh.
So our biggest job is to, one, manage the superintendent and make sure that who he or she or they are doing the job that they need to in order to support you guys. And then the second thing that we do is we do all the budgeting and the policy. So all the rules come through the board.
That sounds really cool.
What's your favorite part of your job?
You know, my favorite part is I wouldn't be sitting here without a teacher. I think everyone can go back to like the teacher, a teacher, or I know like janitors are extremely important.
Yeah.
Somebody you connect sometimes with the people in the kitchen staff, but there's always that one person in school that helped influence your life. And I just want to make sure that, and one of the things I like being on the board is ensuring that every student has that experience. Every student gets what they need out of the school. We may not be perfect, but trying to do our best to make sure that everyone has that experience to help them when they grow up.
All right. What would be your favorite school out of the whole Jefferson district?
You know, that's like picking your favorite kid, and I don't I don't. You know, you connect with your kids. I have 3 kids, and you connect with them on different things in different ways. So there's different things that I like about each of my kids that we connect more, and that's the same with each of the schools. So for Jefferson, I really love how they really embrace their community and their culture, and they infuse that in all of their different things. In Oceana, I really love how close-knit that community is because it's a tight school, and then there seems to be like something for everybody. Like when my daughter went there, she found a group of kids who like K-pop and anime, and I'm like, there's that group, like.
Yeah.
And then at Terra Nova, like they're into everything. So there's so many clubs. If you want to try or do something, you could do that at Terra Nova. And at Westmore, I really love how they have infused arts and giving back in the community into so many different things that they do. So, and then there's lots of words, you know, Thornton, we have our adult programs. Like there's so many different things that I love about the school district.
Sounds like you really like your job.
I do,
Yeah.
because you have to do it. It's a volunteer job. So.
Yeah. Thank you for being here with us.
No, and thank you guys for everything that you're doing. This is fantastic. So thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting you.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rudy Evenhouse, and welcome to What's Hot Pacifica, which is a show that is about everything awesome in Pacifica. Today, we're talking about how you can create your own show and make an outline for it. So, the first part about creating a TV outline is to create the intro. It could be a series of images or videos. And here, how about my technical director brings up an example intro from one of PCT's shows, What's Hot Pacifica. How about we bring that right up? All right, here you can see, this is what an intro looks like. It could have music, text, maybe even announcing. You want to let your audience know what you're going to talk about on the show. And it's important to create an intro that can be used for every show for easy reusability. Now, the next thing on our list is the opening tease. And as you know, as we're talking, Jordan's going to bring up some videos of the actual TV outline for this video show, and it'll show you what we're looking at now is the opening tease for this show. Now let's talk a little bit about what the opening tease is. It explains to your viewers what you are going to talk about. It's a hook. It gets your audience excited for your show. And it includes what's coming up on your show, and it gets your audience's attention. This is important in today's digital age where people can click away if they get bored. Now, the next thing on our list is segments. Segments are sections of your show, typically centered around a topic. They could be either live or pre-produced. Set up each segment by announcing what it is about. You can either have one host, two hosts, or you can do an interview. Now, you're going to want to use B-roll on your segment, which are images and videos that are about what you're discussing. Now, Jordan, could you please bring up an example of B-roll? So here is an example of B-roll highlighting shots of our lovely coastside. All right. So now, to keep it interesting, you can even switch camera shots and bring in your B-roll. Now, the second to last part of your show is the outro/wrap. You're going to want to conclude what you are talking about, thank any of your guests, and say goodbye to your audience. You could even tease them about what you're going to be talking about in the next episode. Now, the last thing you want on your TV show outline is credits. You want to credit those who have helped you make your show at the end. Those could be your director, your distributor, even your guests. And you can create your credits on a video editor of your choice. An example of some credits that hopefully Jordan could bring up are these credits, which are for our intern-produced show, Coast Life, which is about all things happening on the coast side. Later, we're going to talk about how you could become a Pacific Coast TV intern, increase your video production skills, and help make shows like this. So, now you know everything you need to write your own TV show outline. If this sounds like something you are interested in, you can give us a call. Contact Pacific Coast TV at 650-355-8000 or visit us on our website, pacificcoast.tv, and they can help you make your show a reality. And they could even get you involved in workshops or do an internship to boost your video production skills. Thank you all so much for watching, and good luck with your show.
PCT has been around as long as Palm.
Well, guess what? We're all grown up now. Yep, that's right. Not your grandpa's TV station, but a 21st century state-of-the-art media center. Let's make history together. Go to pacificcoast.tv. Support PCT now.
This year marks PCT's 45-year anniversary. Let's check in with the community to see how we're doing.
Hi, I'm Farrah Walton. My very first internship was with Pacific Coast TV. They taught me so many valuable skills and lessons that I have now taken with me to Abilene, where I am the new weekend anchor and reporter. So thank you, PCT, for teaching me lots of valuable skills.
Hello, I'm Anita Reese with the Pacifica Resource Center, and I am so grateful for the Pacific Coast TV. They are a wonderful resource for the community and are always highlighting the most important things in our community, whether it's in Pacifica or through Half Moon Bay.
Hi, I'm Bob West. Now, you may not know my face, but you may be familiar with this big guy. Hi there. It's me, Barney the Dinosaur. You know, I have been all over the world helping friends, young and old, learn many wonderful things and having fun doing it. That's why I'm here at Pacific Coast Television, because they help people too. PCT has been teaching and entertaining and sharing local meetings and events with their friends in Pacifica and on the coast side since 1977, and that's a long time.
PCT is critical for our communities, all the way down the coast. Right? We have to have community television so people can participate, so they can be civically engaged. Because people can't always make it to our meetings, right? So the only way that they can be civically engaged is to be able to watch the meetings on PCT. And then there's other things at PCT too. There's the podcast booth, there's the media center. My students have taken advantage of it.
I think everyone should have an opportunity and should take the opportunity to come and see what is available to you as a community member at PCT. I always have to check myself and remember it's not Pacifica Community Television. It is Pacific Coast Television.
Yeah.
And it's Pacific Coast Television because you've taken on so much work. This organization is bringing democracy into everyone's door.
You're not going to get school board meetings on the local stations, but you can get it at PCTV. The staff you guys are so awesome, and I love the way it's immediately available for us, and because people will want links to it, can you send it to us? And immediately they can see it. And I have other parents in the district who can't come to meetings, but they watch PCTV, and they can follow along because you have the captions. It tells us exactly what item we're discussing. So it's just been great to have that, and it'd be a real shame to lose it.
PCT is extremely important because we all need to know what's happening in our local government, and they step up, they film so many local municipalities and provide the opportunity for the community to come to different meetings while after physically having to be there. So they need to be here. They're as vital as a local paper. PCT needs to be around. Please help them.
Welcome to PCT's 45th Open House, where you are the star. Join your friends at PCT as we show you how to create your own TV show, podcast, and radio show. Meet the local businesses and the community leaders of our coast side. That's PCT's 45th Anniversary Open House.
call you Julie right now.
That's okay.
Oh, I just looked at Julie. Hi, Julie. Lori, Julie. Hello.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
Yeah, don't. Yeah. Say that again in the mic this time, Lori.
Just don't call me late for dinner.
Lori, tell us again the name of your business.
LMCK Designs.
And LMCK Designs does what?
I make handcrafted jewelry. I specialize in silver wire work and lapidary work.
And you are actually running our wonderful little kind of, I guess what would we call it, a little market of sorts.
Little artist extravaganza of sorts.
And we have got some wonderful raffle prizes for the guests, yeah?
Yes, we do. We do. Everybody's been very generous to donate to the raffle, and we have some great things to give away.
Like what? Like, she's going to grab something. What do you got there? Oh, now we can't really probably get a close-up on this, but this is a beautiful brooch. Tell me about it.
It's a beautiful handmade brooch from Miss Cheryl Amateur. She's unfortunately not with us today. But
Cheryl, we love you. I hope you're watching. That's one of our board members here, Cheryl Amateur of Pacifica Sea Glass, right? And so this brooch is made with sea glass?
yes, it is, and it's a little shamrock, and it's green sea glass, made with love from the lovely Cheryl.
You got to come down here and see it. We're not doing it justice. What else do you got? So these are little raffle prizes. So we're here till 5 o'clock, folks. Get your booty down here if you can. 580 Crespi Drive in Pacifica. Crespi, C-R-E-S-P-I.
We have this beautiful handcrafted green glass plate from the lovely Mama J Glass.
Wow.
Today.
Where is she? She's over there. Hi.
Here.
Beautiful. And that's somebody's going to win that, right? Okay. And then what else you got? You got something? Oh, my gosh. She's got way more stuff. Folks, you might get the hookup. You got to get down here and get a raffle ticket.
So this is a pearl and coral necklace that I made from LMCK Designs.
Beautiful. And again, I mean, we're not getting close-ups. We're not able to, but I'm telling you, these things are absolutely gorgeous, made by local coastside crafters. So, and then give me one more item. Oh, two more items.
This is a lovely set from Lovey's Tea Shop. And we have a nice Victorian blend tea here and a lemon curd. So we hope that you find it delicious.
Absolutely. Give it up for her, everybody. And now, here we go. Here we go. Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I got to do this. I'm laughing. Because I meant to do the applause, but whatever. Because, are you ready?
Yes. 656-298.
656-298. 656-298.
Some people have left. So
Somebody's got it. She's got it. She's got it. Deanna has it. Everybody, give it up for Deanna. Hey, Deanna, you're a double winner. You must have bought a lot of raffle tickets.
I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Deanna, I can't tell you enough how excited we are. I know Cheryl, I know you're watching at home, Cheryl Amateur of Pacifica Sea Glass, but she has really worked hard to help make this thing happen. She's at home right now with appendicitis. So, yeah, but she's going to be okay, though. Don't worry, Kathy. She's going to be okay. But I'm going to tell you, folks, thank you so very much, because having you guys here really, really made our day. And I hope we're making your day, too, because you're the big winner. Give it up for her one more time, everybody. Yeah. All right. So here's the deal. What I'm going to do right now is I'm going to go across, and I'm going to talk to a young lady named Kathy Hawley. Now, let me tell you. What? You're not ready?
Young lady.
A young lady named Kathy. Yes, of course. Now, Kathy, I'm going to move around here.
Okay.
And Kathy, if you don't mind, tell us a little bit about what you do.
Oh my gosh. Well, I love doing my show called Spotlight, and it's on once a month here at PCT, and I feature performing artists, all types of performing artists. I've had so many wonderful people on my show, from actors, singers, gosh, you name it, artists. In fact, I just had Diane Hausler Burns, rather.
Now, for those of us who are uninitiated.
She makes crafts and jewelry, et cetera, et cetera. And so it can be performing artists, something like a singer, a dancer, an actress. And I would just love to have somebody from the local area, any artist, any musician who would love to be on the show, just contact me.
Hey, are you guys listening? You arts and crafts people, she wants to put you on her show. Well, we would
Definitely.
love that, Kathy.
More
that,
and more
that would be amazing.
exposure.
We would
need that.
absolutely love that.
Oh, yeah, I love it. And it's an interview, and then you show what you do or show your crafts. And it's really lots of fun. Very casual, fun, half hour, you know.
Now, Kathy, if you don't mind, how long have you been running your show on PCT here?
Well, I was looking at some of the scripts, and I think they go back about 11 or 12 years. But Joe Markey is really the one who inspired me.
Yes.
And Joe had a fabulous show.
Regards to Broadway.
Regards to Broadway. And I was
Joe Markey.
yeah.
He was PCT's best friend.
And he was great. And I was on his show, and that inspired me, you know, to want to do shows.
Yes.
To produce.
And he was so amazing because what he would do is he would bring in the Broadway, all of the shows that you would see downtown San Francisco, or maybe that didn't even get a chance to tour here, that were Broadway, you know, New York. You had to go to San Francisco or New York or Chicago to see him, and he would bring them right here for our audiences. And you do a little bit of that yourself, don't you?
Well, I've done theater, and I've done musical theater, and I perform live. In fact, I'm doing a gig next week at Vico Cavone, an Italian restaurant in San Francisco.
Oh, that sounds
I've been performing
delicious.
for many, many moons.
Where is Vico Cavone?
Vico Cavone is in San Francisco, in the Castro area.
Okay.
And it's a wonderful Italian restaurant.
When's this show?
The show is on April 27th. Thursday.
Okay, can I crash
that's
the party?
The last Thursday. You can crash the party.
Okay.
You can come. You don't have to buy a ticket. There's no cover charge.
I think maybe I'll bring OG with me, Bob with me.
Oh yeah,
you know, the
that's
wonderful
right. We
opera
met
singer.
earlier.
Yeah,
Bob
he
is
was
a
just
singer.
here.
Oh yeah, he would love it. It's fun. We have a great time. I mean, I've performed all over in various restaurants. Even performed here in Pacifica at Grape in the Fog.
Yes, you have.
Many times.
Now we have an actual, I think, a tape of you performing. Do we not?
I think we do.
I think we do. Is it her or is it somebody else on her
no,
show?
it could be Tom.
Could it be Tom Stafford?
It was a guest.
Okay,
Tom Stafford.
so Tom Stafford. I wish we could get a tape of you performing.
Well, we can work on that.
We'll work on that too. But tell me, so the show basically, the idea behind it is what?
Spotlight. Well, is to really interview an artist and how did you get started, you know, what you're doing now, and it's to promote live performance. That's
Promote
the whole
live
purpose.
music. That's right.
Yeah, because I mean, I know we live in this era where everything is recorded, but to do live is really an art.
That's right. And that's why we like to do everything live here. That's why this show that you're watching is live. I mean, we're flying without a net, folks. We're flying without a net. You know what I'm saying?
If we make a mistake, we make a mistake, but sometimes it can be funny.
It can be, and oftentimes is, I might add.
Yes.
But Kathy, when can we see your show?
Well, I think the next, we tape it, as you know, first.
Okay.
And then I understand I'm in prime time, I think, on Saturday nights, local TV.
You are.
I think, yeah, and you can watch it. And it's only a half hour, so take a half hour out of your evening. Please watch it.
Yeah, so here's what you do, folks. Just go to their website. If you don't know how to get a hold of it, just go to that website, pacificcoast.tv, and you'll see a little thing that says, you know, how to watch shows. You just type it in. Kathy Hawley Spotlight, and boop, it'll come up. You can watch it on demand.
And then the
you don't have
shows-
to turn on the TV if you don't want
Marty,
to.
what's so great is the shows are uploaded to YouTube.
Absolutely.
So
you can see it on
go
YouTube as well.
YouTube. Just
go to the Pacific Coast TV YouTube channel and type in Kathy Hawley Spotlight. Boop, it'll come right up there too.
And you'll see a lot of boopers. No, you're going to see a lot of a lot of old shows too. You know, 11, 12 years. I can't believe it. I think it's been about 12.
You know what? We're going to get our crack team on that to figure out the dates and times of when you started. But I can tell you it's been at least 12 years, for sure.
At least, yeah.
But you know what? Without further ado, why don't we do this? Why don't we go out to that clip of Tom Stafford, who was a guest on your show, and tell us who Tom is before we do that.
Tom is a wonderful guy. He's so talented. He's a principal. He's in the educational field. He's been
right
working
here in Pacifica, right?
Yes, in Pacifica. And I don't. Let's see. I think he's currently a principal, if I'm not mistaken.
He retired. I think Tom Stafford retired.
He did?
He's living the good life.
Well, this is amazing. He lives in San Francisco
Maybe
now.
he'll be available to come to your show on the 27th. What did you say, the 27th?
He's going to have to come to every show.
Yeah,
the
okay.
27th, right?
We'll get him.
27th at Vico Cavone. Well, anyway, he's a marvelous singer, and he also composes. It's really fascinating. He has had a wonderful career as not only a musician, but an educator.
Well, let's check him out on your show. This is Kathy Holly's Spotlight, and featuring Tom Stafford.
This is Tom Stafford, everybody. Hopeless Case.
I'm such a hopeless case. Whenever you're around me, a hopeless case. Your love has gone and bound me up into a frenzied space, and that is why I'm such a hopeless case. The moment you appear, I get so nervous, I get so confused and lose my way. And then when you get near, my heart pounds so fast, I try to form the words, but I can't say how I want to get to know you better. Maybe I should write a letter, we would be so great together, but instead I'm a hopeless case. Whenever you're around me, a hopeless case. Your love is gonna bound me up to such a frenzied space, and that is why I'm such a hopeless case. I try to shoot the friends, they look so strangely. I don't think I'm innocent when I explain how we're all the same. They try to help me when all is said and done. I'm still a man, so disheartened by my lack of any words to say, and all the many things I'd like to tell you each and every day. I'm a hopeless case. Whenever you're around me, a hopeless case. Your love has gone and bound me up to such a frenzied space, and that is why I'm such a hopeless case. Oh, I want to get to know you better. Maybe I should write a letter, we would be so great together, but instead I'm a hopeless case. Whenever you're around me, a hopeless case. Your love has gone and bound me up to such a frenzied space, and that is why I'm such a hopeless case. Whenever you're around me, a hopeless case. Your love has gone and bound me up to such a frenzied space, and that is why I'm such a hopeless case. Whenever you're around me, a hopeless case. Your love has gone and bound me up to such a frenzied space, and that is why I'm such a hopeless case. Whenever you're around me, a hopeless case. Your love has gone and bound me up to such a frenzied space, and that is why I'm such a hopeless case.
Big deal about it.
Oh, bravo. Wow.
Such a hopeless case, yeah. That's Tom Stafford.
Yes, and his voice, his falsetto is so great. He harmonizes with himself.
And that was on your show, the Kathy Holly Spotlight Show.
And I've known Tom for many years. I think he was on ages ago. And he performs at the Fog Fest.
And you said he wrote that tune.
Oh, yes. He's written many Many, many, many.
That's a Tom Stafford original.
Yeah.
I got to be honest with you, Kathy. As soon
He's
as that thing
terrific.
came up, we're going around the studio. All like, we're a hopeless case. That's all we can do.
I know, it's very catchy.
That's
It's the
all
50s.
we can do anymore is that darn little song. Gosh, you know, it's
Well,
like,
and
I'm a hopeless case.
Hopefully no one here is a hopeless case, but I love
Tom
the song.
is.
Tom is hopeless.
I think it's about love, though.
Helpless. Oh, he is
I
about
think it's okay to be
Yeah.
hopelessly in love.
Oh,
Hopelessly
and he-
devoted.
You know what else
There's a
he's
few songs
wonderful
about
at?
that.
He's encouraged so many young people when he taught to work on music. In fact, he came up in Pacifica, I think, with a whole program
He did.
for young people.
He did.
Right?
Darn it, Wayne, we got to get him here. Well, we got him on. We got you on video, Tom. I mean,
Well, we'll get him back.
we'll get him back.
We'll get him back.
We'll get him back.
I'll work on that.
So, Kathy, speaking of working on stuff, what are you working on? What's coming up for you?
Well, the show that's coming up is
On the 27th?
Yeah, 27th, Vico Cavone.
In
And
downtown in the Castro.
In the Castro area.
San Francisco.
And it's a unique restaurant because the owner is from Napoli, from Italy.
the
So he
old
brings a little
Napoli.
bit of Napoli, and I have a singer who does sing in Italian, which is lots of fun. I have 5 other singers with me on the 27th.
Wow.
And they're all wonderful. We used to work together at a restaurant called Villa d'Est in San Francisco, but they closed. You know, when the pandemic came, it was unfortunate. We lost a lot of restaurants. But now things are reopening, right? I mean, I think so.
I hope so.
And I hope
They
so
better
for our
be.
sake, for the business, you know, for the music
They
business.
need it.
But anyway, that's what I'm working on. Yeah, it's variety music, a little bit of show tunes, some American songbook, and then some Italian, some French.
And as far as the show, as far as Spotlight, any upcoming artists that we should maybe?
Thank you. My 100th show is coming up.
When?
But I think in May. I have a date in May. But I don't know yet, so stay tuned. I'm not sure what I'm going to do.
I'm looking forward to this.
Well, I have no idea what I'm going to do yet. I'm looking forward to
all right,
it, too.
she needs ideas.
Come up with something.
By the way, folks,
Actually-
you see that phone number. It's 355-8000. That's in the 650 area code. Give us a call.
Yeah, and local musicians, please.
Yeah,
think about
if you're a
coming on
local
the
musician and you
show.
want to get on Kathy's show, give
That'd
us
be
a
great.
call, and we'll relay a message, and we'll make it happen.
Yeah.
But you do a lot of show tunes, a lot of Broadway, but
Right.
beyond that, right?
Beyond that, about 7 language tunes. I sing in Italian, French. You know, I went to China, so I had to
now you're
learn a
making
few
me-
Chinese
I want to put you on the
tunes.
spot to sing in Italian a little bit. I can't do that. I can't put you on.
Volare, oh, cantare. Everybody.
Whoa.
Oh, let's get the crew singing. Nel blu, dipinto di blu, felice di stare lassù. Uh-oh. I think, yeah, that's the end of the song.
Oh, that's the end of the song?
Oh, that's all I'll do without my karaoke
All right,
backtrack.
okay. She needs an accompaniment to do more.
Well, it'd be kind of fun, you know.
Well, I'll
Gotta
tell
have
you,
some
Kathy,
music.
I mean, it's a pleasure to have you, and it's a pleasure to have you on PCT.
Thanks, Marty. It's so
Again,
great.
the show is called Spotlight with Kathy Hawley, and it can be seen right here on PCT. Now, look, if you don't have cable, or if you know somebody, let's say you got somebody that's watching from, far-flung, and they can't tune in on local channel 26 in Pacifica or channel 27 on the coast side, guess what? You know what you can do? You can watch worldwide at that website right there, PacificCoast.tv. Stream it live.
Streaming.
And then, of course, on YouTube, you type in Pacific Coast TV, you can find us. However, if you go to that website, you can get video on demand. You can say Kathy Hawley Spotlight, boop, it'll come right up for you. And then they'll hear, Volare.
Volare. And you know,
And what?
Cantare. Well, there's so many artists that I've had on the show that it's worth looking at some of the older shows because you will see people
Absolutely.
that live
the
here
whole
in
thing
the
will come
area.
out. That's right. The whole catalog will
Yeah,
come
you
up.
know who was here in the back working on crew for my show once?
Oh,
was
yes.
Roger Glenn.
That's right.
Who's a famous
Right.
musician.
Very famous musician.
Roger. And many other exciting local artists and personalities, right?
Well, Kathy, we're excited to have you. Now, what we're going to do
Thanks,
right
Marty.
now, so again, Kathy Hawley Spotlight, PCT, PacificCoast.tv. Ask for it by name, accept no substitutes. And what we're going to do right now is we're going to run out because, again, this is our opportunity to talk to you about how you can create your own show or help us create shows. And we're going to run out to a little bit of a break right now that actually, in a little small microcosm, explains some of that. So you're going to get to see how the sausage is made. And you might catch the bug and want to give us a call at that 355-8000 to set up a tour or an opportunity to come down here and see us and or to create your own show. Stay right there. We'll be right back. Thank you so much, Kathy.
Marty, thank you for having me. I'm looking forward. Bye, everybody.
When you need one.
PCT has been around as long as Pong.
Well, guess what? We're all grown up now. Yep, that's right. Not your grandpa's TV station, but a 21st century state-of-the-art media center. Let's make history together. Go to PacificCoast.tv. Support PCT now.
Hi, I'm Lynn Adams with the Pacific Beach Coalition, and it's really important to me that we have community television because it allows us to have our community meetings online. It allows us to reach out and educate our community, and it's really important that we can have that service. PCT has been really valuable to the Pacific Beach Coalition by publishing and filming our events, the Earth Day event and Coastal Cleanup Day event, which we just did today. And people that can't come here can still see the message. And that's really important and vital. So I want to thank PCT for all their work and hope that people will support PCT so that they can continue their work here in Pacifica and along the coast. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to How to Make a Podcast, where we're going to walk you through the basic tech needs that you need to get up and running as a video podcaster. I'm Kiera.
And I'm Jordan.
And we're here from PCT. And in this workshop, we're going to talk about the 3 key aspects to podcasting: hardware, lighting, and your background set. And learning these aspects will give you a great foundation to starting your podcast. First, we're going to have Jordan talk about your audio needs and your hardware.
Yeah, thanks, Kara. First, I wanted to talk about, like she said, basic hardware and audio needs that you'll need to start your podcast. First thing you want to have to start your own podcast is some sort of laptop computer or a computer that has a built-in camera. This way, it's an easy solution to get yourself on screen and engaging with your audience. The next thing I wanted to talk about is basically how your voice will get picked up, and that's dealing with some sort of microphone. Now, you do have the option of using the built-in microphone on your computer, but a better solution would be to have some sort of external microphone. Now, that can be AirPods, like I'm using right now. That's a simple solution that most people have, some sort of like Bluetooth connectivity that you can connect to your laptop. And another option would be to use something like this, which is wired headphones. Most people have access to these, but the main thing you want to have is this external microphone part that picks up your voice. And the idea behind using an external microphone is to get better sound quality. Another point is to be in a quiet area where there's not a lot of ambient noises that can be picked up or that may distract you while you're doing your podcast. Now, an even better way to get better sound quality would be to go to, say, Best Buy or something and to invest in something like this, which is an external microphone on a stand that you can talk into. And these are relatively inexpensive, and you can get one that the simplest solution is to get a USB external microphone. And the investment will pay off because you'll get even better sound quality than using, say, your AirPods or external headphones. So the idea behind all this is to just get as good sound quality as you can, because in the end, people are going to be listening to this and you want to come across as professional. And now I'm going to toss it back to Kiera, and she's going to talk about lighting.
Thank you. Yeah, so lighting is really important, as is microphones, audio, and hardware. If you're doing any video podcast or just any video in general, lighting is key. So a cheap and simple way to get some key light is a ring light. This is a picture of a ring light. They're pretty cost efficient and they're just simple to use. They just light, they sit adjacent to your camera and they bring in some key light. Another example of some lighting is a 2-point light, and that is a key light and a fill light, and they sit across from each other, parallel to the camera, and they light up the one subject. And they're also really good for if you have 2 people or 2 objects in the podcast. They bring light to both of those subjects. It's really important as well to have a clean, professional looking background. And Jordan will talk to you about some backgrounds. As you can see, he has a really good setup behind him.
Yes, thanks, Kiera. So the last thing I wanted to touch on was the background, what's behind you. Now, this is really important because it can set the tone and the vibe for your podcast. As you can see, what I've done is I have like a world map. I have some art that I created and kind of like a poster, you know, and the main idea behind this is to try to like personalize your background. Maybe your podcast has a specific theme and you can kind of organize your background to the theme of your podcast. This can be artwork.
They sit adjacent to your camera and they bring in some key light. Another example of some lighting is a 2-point light, and that is a key light and a fill light, and they sit across from each other, parallel to the camera, and they light up the one subject. And they're also really good for if you have 2 people or 2 objects in the podcast. They bring light to both of those subjects. It's really important as well to have a clean, professional looking background. And Jordan will talk to you about some backgrounds. As you can see, he has a really good setup behind him.
Yes, thanks, Kiera. So the last thing I wanted to touch on was the background, what's behind you. Now, this is really important because it can set the tone and the vibe for your podcast.
Become a PCT member today. Visit www.pacificcoast.tv, scroll down to the Save Our Station button, and click. Then donate any amount to help support our station, and you can become a member. Anything counts. Pacific Coast Television, the voice of the coast side.
this is the first ever Pacifica Pride. About time, but we're making it happen. My name's Katie Brookshire. I own Table Wine Merchant just in Sharp Park with my wife, and this is one of our 2 kids. After owning a business in town for 8 years and wondering why Pacifica never had a Pride, I kind of just realized nobody had done it. And so I started talking to folks and pushing and asking. And after the last 2 years, I thought this year would be a good time to get everybody together. So I got a hold of the city, and they agreed to help me get things moving. And then myself and some friends and some neighbors and other businesses have really pushed this to become, the first ever Pride Festival.
It's super heartwarming seeing the flag get put up at the community center and seeing so many people gather for queer visibility. And I don't know, I'm just touched because I've not seen this presence in Pacifica come together like this ever before. Mostly all I feel is support here in Pacifica.
So what does Pride here in Pacifica mean to you?
It means the beginning of supporting and acknowledging all of our LGBTQ family and friends.
Is there a message you would like to send out to the world?
Love is love, love is love, love is love.
We have to be allies, and we have to love each other, and we have to celebrate love.
We're just like everybody else. We can be fun and exciting or boring like any one of you.
It's important that everyone in our community feels represented, included, loved, safe. We need to make sure that this is a community of everybody, and traditionally that hasn't always been the case, and here in Pacifica we want to make sure that it's definitely the case.
We have to come together and celebrate love, because life is too short.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for tuning in to Module 2 of How to Make a Podcast. We are going to be talking about the subject and organizing episodes of your podcast. My name is Emily.
And I'm Vanya. And for the first subject, we are going to be talking about your topic, what ties your podcast together. Obviously, you want to pick a topic that you are well versed in, that you're passionate about. And this could be anything. This could be health. This could be fitness, video games, music, whatever you are passionate about. And the beauty of podcast is it could be your opinion. You don't have to have a master's degree in health and fitness to talk about your workouts, what you eat in a day. And you just have to be passionate about it.
Exactly. And something also to consider is whether you want a co-host. Some benefits of having a co-host could be you want somebody to bounce your ideas off of, or maybe you have a friend with similar interests and you are able to have a productive conversation with them. Maybe you have some dead air on the podcast. I know that a co-host would be able to pick up where you left off on and maybe add on to what you were saying. Some drawbacks, though, would be scheduling conflicts since you have to film at the same time. I know when Danya and we did a media history podcast, we had to go back and forth for like a whole week to find an actual time that we could film together. So that's something to consider when you want a co-host.
Yeah, definitely. Another area where it's important to include in your podcast is an intro and an outro. You don't want to blind your audience. You want them to know what they're getting themselves into, what they're going to see, what they're going to learn. So for that, you can include an intro and an outro. And in an intro, it could be a quick 10 to 20-second video. It could be a graphic with your favorite music. An example of that, if you're doing a video game review, it would be a graphic of your favorite video game with your favorite music. You can be creative with it. You're just giving the audience a heads up of what they're going to see.
Yeah, and something also important to know is that you have to organize these handfuls of information in a way that makes sense. So most podcasts use the segment system. So the first thing you would introduce the topic. But side note, it's also important to cite your sources if you're talking about something that's not only your opinion. So you have to make sure that you're being a reliable source of information, because with a lot of disinformation going around currently, you want to make sure that you're not adding to that and that you're being reliable.
Exactly. Citing your sources is very, very crucial to making your podcast very authentic. Also, another thing, as I said before, make it meaningful, make it something you're very passionate about, and have fun with your topic. Bring guests into your show. People love having other opinions, even having someone that disagrees with you or has a different opinion with you is very vital to your podcast. People love to see the other side of things. And yeah, it should always come off as genuine as possible and include other people's opinion. Do not be closed-minded in this. Always be free to involve as many people as you can.
Exactly. And last thing to consider is you need to keep your audience hooked and make the topic quick. So you need to discuss the topic, try not to go on tangents, because you might lose the theme of your podcast, or, go off of the go off of what you were talking about and completely lose track of the topic of your podcast. So you would need to conclude the topic after that, and then you are done. That is one episode of your podcast finished, and you have a podcast on your hands.
Yes, guys, thank you for joining us. Hopefully you learned something new in this episode. I'm Vanya Romero.
I'm Emily Fung.
And thank you for joining us. Have a wonderful day. Bye, guys.
Thank you.
Pacific Coast TV has been connecting the San Mateo coastside through public, education, and government access television since 1977. As your local media center, we have provided a home for local personalities, performers, and artists to share their craft through one-of-a-kind programming.
I'm working long, don't change it.
There you go. Now shake that thing.
Many ongoing television series have called PCT home throughout the years.
But you know what I meant.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
What is she here?
Consistent coverage of local events and government meetings continue to bring the community closer together. PCT needs you now more than ever. The business complex housing PCT has been sold. Our individual unit is being offered for sale. We urgently need your donations to help keep PCT in its home. Please donate today by calling 650-355-8000 and leaving a message. Or visit our website at www.pacificcoast.tv to donate online now. We truly appreciate your help.
Hi, I'm Diana Seeger. I'm a 32-year resident of Pacifica, and PCT has been revolutionizing the way we communicate important issues with our community. The city council meetings are fantastic. This recent event down at Lindemar Beach with Mary Beer there, these are all important things for the rest of the community to know about. And I'm just so impressed I love Lynn Adams. She's done an amazing job, and for her to be recognized and have that be televised to the rest of the community, these are just a fraction of what PCT has been televising. They televise the dog surfing contest. It goes on, and I, for one, am going to be donating a substantial amount of money to PCT because, unlike a lot of other things that I get asked to donate to, this to me is revolutionizing and bringing our community up to the 21st century. And thank you, Kevin, our city manager, Woodhouse. Please work with PCT to make it a win-win for them, because if any group, out of every group that's been supporting Pacifica, I actually think this is the #1 group that's done more than any other group. So thank you again. I will be donating. Thank you.
Pacific Coast Television provides a platform for community members to put their shows on TV. Let's take a look at some of the shows produced and aired on PCT throughout the years.
Welcome to the only live primetime musical variety show on the West Coast of the United States.
But she's talking, Lord of fun, with someone that she really loves. It takes rocks and gravel, make a solid roof.
I got some real good TV tonight.
You ready? This is Soundwaves TV.
Let's welcome Kathy Holly and Spotlight.
Welcome to Street Talk for Entrepreneurs, where we reveal what it really takes to build a successful business. Hi, I'm Brandon C. White, and this is Build a Business Success Secrets.
I had to do a special, I think I'm going to call this a season finale with my pal of pals. Mary and Beer is in the house. How are you, Mary?
If you have an idea for a show and want to get your message out to the world, PCT can make it happen. For more information, please visit pacificcoast.tv and sign up to become a member. Let's make your show a reality.
Welcome to PCT's 45th Open House, where you are the star. Join your friends at PCT as we show you how to create your own TV show, podcast, and radio show. Meet the local businesses and the community leaders of our coast side. That's PCT's 45th Anniversary Open House.
All right, guys. We are back, and we're better than a heart attack. See, I get a little punchy toward the end of the day. I'm sorry, guys.
Who doesn't?
I was really on it, in them first couple hours. You should have seen me. But for those of you that don't know, if you're just tuning in, you are watching the PCT 45th anniversary. Yes, you can clap for that. The PCT 45th anniversary open house. Okay, so again, what is PCT? If you're just tuning in, Pacific Coast Television is your community media center. A lot of communities do not have a community media center, so they don't know what it is. And some people, even though we have one, still do not know what a community media center is. Well, I'm going to tell you. There's an acronym that is synonymous with what we call community media, and the acronym is PEG. It stands for Public, Education, and Government Access. So what a PEG center does, and there are different ways to do it. There are some places where the city will just take over and there'll just be a P or a G only, the government only. And then there are some places where you have an E only, educational only, or a public access only. But a PEG under one roof is what you have here, a community media center. What that means is you have one nonprofit organization who is tasked, and in this case has been tasked as a nonprofit since 1977, and that's what we're celebrating, to actually facilitate all of those things. So we serve about 15 different municipal agencies in the G role by videotaping, even though that's kind of still an antiquated term now, I always say filming, even though I haven't used film in years. But the point is recording those meetings, and then now hybrid recording those meetings so that we can facilitate for people who are not on site. And let's face it, COVID was a real monster, and it hurt a lot of people, and it cost a lot of people. One of the only good things that I can say that has come out of it is it really kicked in the pants all the organizations like ours to really, really be true to our mission in the 21st century aspect of it, which is the ability for people to interrelate, intercommunicate on complex things like a hybrid public meeting. So that's the G and the E: education, your local school district, the folks up at Skyline College, the folks at Kenyatta, the folks at San Francisco State. And by the way, all these interns that you see here, the people that are on the camera, you don't see them, but there are people on the camera here. They are vocational interns. They are vocational educational interns. And for the last 45 years, another thing that we've done is be an educational resource to teach people the 21st century means of technology. Yes, and even before it was the 21st century. But so that's the P part of it, the public access, where we're actually teaching people, supporting people, and helping people to understand how they can take an active role in their own democracy. Now, two people on the set here with me that probably need no introduction to democracy and how to take an active role. I have Sid Young here from the Montero Water and Sanitary District. Hi, Sid. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
And then I have our new supervisor for the county of San Mateo for our district, which you're going to have to explain to me, Ray, what that is, because they've just did redistricting. But Ray Mueller, Ray, pleasure to meet you and pleasure to have you here. We've met once briefly, but pleasure to finally have you.
Thank you. Honored to be here.
So let me ask you guys, as community servants, whether it's through what we do or what you do, or if you're John and Jane Q. Public, how do you feel, in your estimation, that people can take an active role in their democracy, and what should they do if you were going to advise people? Because let's face it, we're living in a world now where so many people feel increasingly at the effect of things and not in the driver's seat. Go ahead, Sid, yeah.
Well, as far as me, I watched a lot of public meetings before COVID, and during COVID, I watched via YouTube. I don't even have television at home, sorry. But I did watch a lot of your recordings of public meetings, and you find out things that if you may miss if you lead a busy life, but if you're watching late at night, you're tired, you can't sleep, that's when I would become interested in what's going on in my own community, which we have a sewer board that's got 3 different districts in it, and then we have the Montero Water and Sanitary that's just sewer and water. There's another sewer district, a separate water district, Harbor District. There's a lot of different boards, and if you don't watch them, a lot of stuff just slides under, and then later people go, oh, I didn't know you were going to...
I didn't know they were building that.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, the Harbor District just took away a whole bunch of public parking spaces to create more handicapped, and people who like to park in that parking lot are really upset. So, but they approved it like 5 years ago, in 2015, I think. So
you got to be paying attention.
If you're not paying attention, you really don't have shouldn't deserve to gripe later.
Understood. Ray?
Yeah, I think the one thing I'd say to people out there who are watching is the first thing about democracy and local government, if you want to get involved, is to not listen to that voice in your head that says no one's going to listen to you. I always like to tell people, never underestimate the power of a sharp mind, a sincere heart, and a kind voice. I've been in local government for now going on 12 years. And I can tell you that when people become engaged with their local electeds, when they take the time to learn the issues and they show up at a public meeting and they share their perspective in a kind way, that public official listens to them. And they're interested in what they have to say. And we're really blessed in San Mateo County. We have great public elected officials. There are great public elected officials here in Pacifica. See Mayor Tiger Gas Big Stick out there in the audience. And the community really, the elected officials, when they run, every elected official I've been at the local level runs because they want to make a difference in their community, and they want to work with community members to make make a better place for people to live. And so the first thing I tell people is, number one, don't listen to that voice in your head that says you can't get involved. You're not going to make an impact. And number two, get educated. Go ahead and start attending meetings. You know, one of the most important things about PCTV is you guys are the guardian of democracy. For working families, it's really hard to go to meetings during the day or be able to, or if you're raising kids, to be able to watch a meeting, to be able to see that on public access television and become educated about what's taking place is so important, so that, because there's all sorts of spin out there taking place on Nextdoor and elsewhere. For people to understand the issues themselves and then come and engage, it's just so important to go ahead and make this system work.
Yeah. Here. You know, and you're right. We're blessed here in San Mateo County that we do have so many elected officials who they have no axe to grind. They're not trying, they're not trying to run for the president, or they're not, some, corporate backed, whatever you want to say, shill. They are instead community servants and people who do exactly what you say. They have a heart for their community and want to make a difference. So I think it bears scrutiny for all of us to as we criticize, to also understand that, and to understand that these people have kind of put themselves in the breach, like as I said before when Tiger was on, as that look, I'm going to stand here, I'm going to listen to you, and I'm going to suffer the slings and arrows that are going to come with the job, but at the same time, hopefully, come to consensus, because that's what democracy is. It's consensus building around complex issues that hopefully at the end of the day make your community, make your world a better place to live.
I just want to say one more thing. Before I ever got in a position to serve on a special district, I took the Committee for Green Foothills Community Advocates Leadership Academy, and Ray took his Saturday off when he was still a Menlo Park City Council member to come and talk with us with Joe Smidian. And I mean, he was very impressive. He brought handouts, a lot of our speakers. It was like a 9-month course on Saturdays. He brought handouts. He was very upfront with everybody, and it kind of inspired me, but I had no idea that a few years down the road he'd be running for supervisor, and he was definitely my first
I bet you he had no idea that he would be running.
I didn't, but it's really exciting to have seen Sid in that class, and then to see Sid's engagement. I mean, Sid's incredibly engaged with the Board of Supervisors.
I see her. That's why I thought she was on multiple boards. I'm like, you're at every board.
And now
meeting.
To see her in an appointed on elected board is really exciting to see happen. And that's what happens, though, it's interesting. Usually people don't come to city council meetings. They don't come to elected meetings to tell people they're doing a good job. People don't have time to do that. So
I think Ray's been doing a great job. And he got a fire hose worth of stuff with our mass shooting and the sinkhole on 92.
Yeah. Goodness.
But the point is, when you have that passion to actually show up at your first meeting, you're probably going to be upset. The trick is to keep coming. The trick is to build the relationship with the elected officials, to come out of that first initial passion that got you there, and then start to engage and start to build. And that happens, you see it happen over and over again, and the more that we can get people to do that, better off we're going to be.
This past Tuesday, I had the good fortune of attending the 93rd birthday party for Dolores Huerta. And for those of you who don't know, Dolores Huerta was one half, along with Cesar Chavez, of the farm labor movement that got its start in the 60s in the fields of Bakersfield and in the Central Valley of California, and that eventually got all the way to the halls of Sacramento, to the peak of power, if you will, in the state. And seeing her at the age of 93, being every bit the firebrand, every bit the organizer, every bit the, hey, you, I need you. Just to identify that people to help. This gentleman, and I forget who it was, but everybody was there. Lieutenant Governor was there, the Karen Bass, the current mayor of L.A., and Villaraigosa, the just previous past mayor of, just a lot of politicians, a lot of celebrities were there. But this guy got up and he spoke from, and I'm so sorry, sir, I don't remember who you were, but he was, at the time, I think was one of the city council people in Santa Cruz. And they were trying to do something. They were asking her to come, and she said, "You know what?" She says, "I'm in Stockton," and he says, "Oh, well, no, don't worry about it." She says, "No, I'll be at the Greyhound in the morning."
Yeah.
She said, "Just come and pick me up. Can you pick me up?" And he went, "No, you know." No, she was in her 80s at the time.
Doesn't drive.
She was in her 80s at the time. Now she's 93 now, and I guarantee you she could do that same thing today. And she's not even an elected official of any kind, except that what she had was exactly what you're talking about. She had the passion, the drive, and the heart to want to see change. And, you know, not to put too fine a point on it, but when I got my opportunity, there was like 1,000 people in there. It was at the California Museum, and if you've ever been in there, the foyer in there, you're not supposed to put that many people in that room, but they had us packed in there like sardines. But when I got my opportunity to speak to her just directly, I told her about who my dad worked for the State Fair Employment and Housing Commission as a lawyer that prosecuted a lot of these cases. But I didn't expect that she was going to remember my dad by name, let alone my uncle, who was an author. And she says, "Oh yeah, your dad and your uncle Rudy they're all from New Mexico, right?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Well, I'm from New Mexico, and we were like compadres together back in the old days." And I'm like, she's 93. Yeah. I mean, I'm just, you know, for when I'm 93, I'm just happy if I have any kind of sentient, you know, awareness at all. She's just, so I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think it'll make you young, folks. You get involved in your democracy. You know, I said it before, but Thomas Paine, 1776, the price of freedom is eternal vigilance. You get involved at PCT, you get involved, you come down to some of these meetings, you come down to Montero, Water and Sanitary, you come down to the County Board of Supervisors, come to Pacifica, Half Moon Bay, get involved. And over time, I think you'll find that your anger does turn into something much deeper and more meaningful.
And the reason why is because you find hope in each other.
Yeah.
I really do think that the beauty of democracy is that in those hard times, there's more of us together in a union, working together to get through it. And when I'm feeling down, you lift me up. And when you're feeling down, they lift you up. And then when you have all those people working together, you have hope. And hope is powerful. Hope allows you to achieve the impossible. That's the power of getting involved.
Wow.
There's a lot of ways to get involved, too. You don't have to start out trying to run for a board, because I've been like a volunteer. We used to put on fireworks every year for free at the harbor before 2001. But they get you on a board, I mean, just as a volunteer to do something, and the next thing you know, you're saying, yes, I'll do this, or I can do that. And I'm helping to plan now the Montero Water and Sanitary Districts. I think it's their 20th anniversary for water, and I believe it's the 85th for sewer.
You're
so
the poster child for this stuff, Sid.
Well, I'm just saying that it's important to get involved, but you don't have to start out as a public official.
Right.
I mean, I've had a long term of doing other activities, but I really just want to say to you, Marty, that it's so important that you guys are there to provide the transparency for the government, and also just the fact that people can, you know, view it and see it in action.
And participate. And, you know, to your point, one of the ways to get involved, come down here and volunteer. The numbers are on your screen, 650-355-8000. PacificCoast.tv. That's, by the way, a fully functional social network, so you can become a member on that. You'll get our weekly emails, so you can see, oh, there's maybe something I want to get involved with and want to volunteer on, like Kathy Holly Show or the Bruce Latimer Show, or supporting PCT with the various different governmental initiatives. I see Ray's got something in his hand there. He looks kind of eager to talk about.
I brought you. I came bearing gifts. So I brought you a resolution from the Board of Supervisors today.
Thank you so much.
Honoring you and honoring the station on your 45th anniversary.
Wow, thank you very much, everybody. Ray Mueller is hand delivering a nice little proclamation. And I know you guys probably can't see that at home. I'll just read a couple of the whereases. Let's see. Whereas Pacific Coast TV has successfully produced many award-winning shows and community-based programs like Bruce Latimer and Soundwaves TV, which, by the way, is celebrating its 40th anniversary, and we're very excited about that. They're actually filming right around the corner from here, so I'm looking around because they might be here in any minute. And also, whereas the County of San Mateo celebrates and recognizes PCT for the open government history. That's what we're talking about, right? And all of the things that come with that. You know, in the past 3 years, we've been beset with challenges. The world has been beset with challenges. And the challenge for us was, how do you involve people in their democracy, the stuff that we're talking about, when they can't go to a meeting? Right. How do you continue that? How do you expand that? And so, as horrible as COVID has been, the reality is, I think now, is that, and again, not just PCT, but community media centers across the nation have been able to find ways to support their local communities so that folks can participate even when they can't get out. And think about it, folks. There's a lot of people, never mind the pandemic, there's a lot of people who are shut-ins for whom it doesn't make sense for them to try to run down to a local meeting because they can't. Maybe they're elderly, maybe they have some form of a disability or an infirmity that's preventing them. So this is... Say it again, Sid.
Gas is over $5 again. In
it is? Oh,
well,
man.
Some of the Chevrons around here, they are.
Oh, no, I don't go to the Chevron for that reason.
I know.
But thank you, guys. Ray, I know that there's got to be, I know you're getting hit, like Sid said, with the water hose of stuff, and I'm sure it's quite a bit. Is there anything that either you're focusing on right now, or that you want to, just any kind of word that you want to get out to the community about what you're trying to do to support folks and help them and listen to them?
Yeah, you know, when I was running for office, I often talked about, with people in the coast communities, about the infrastructure, how far behind it was, and how far and how degraded it was. And then we had 3 storm systems like we've never seen, and then wind storms come through, and it's shown we really have tremendous vulnerabilities here on the coast. Yeah. And so what we're doing right now is we're putting together a coastal resilient infrastructure strategic plan to work on that, to go ahead and get all those items prioritized. We've gone through that actually with the city of Pacifica, where we've gone and looked at different sites. And when the county's starting to engage in that work, at the same time, we have all sorts of housing issues up throughout the county, and we have a farm worker housing issue that really is a crisis right now.
It is a crisis
in the southern coast that we're working on very diligently to try to get ahead of, and we're getting ready to build some housing to address that. And the list goes on and on. Right now, another issue we had is that there was no redundancy for cellular service in the mid-coast and in the south coast, and so
let alone broadband, right? That's an issue. Yeah.
Let alone broadband, and so we're managed to get the telecommunication providers to advance a project with Caltrans to get done in the next 6 months, which is, you know, people spent 4 years without getting that moving at all. So we're really happy to see that taking place, and the list goes on and on. But the real trick to it, the real engagement, is that in this moment of crisis, people step forward and were engaged and interacted with us and let us know what had failed, where they needed to help. We could get all those things prioritized. And then in all of that, while we're working as a county, the one thing I tell you is that always bears out in every crisis scenario is the county does the very best that it can. But it's people helping people that matters. Yeah. It's neighbors helping neighbors. Yeah. And we saw that up and down the coast taking place throughout this storm system, and throughout the shooting in Half Moon Bay, and throughout the issue that happened with the farm workers everywhere. Countless community volunteers stepping forward into the breach to help the county solve that issue and get us through that crisis.
And to mi Latino y Latina gente, se habla español también, okay? So we're here for you too. So, Sid, same question. Anything that you're working on right now, or any kind of a project that's kind of at the top of the list for you?
Well, I'm not on the MCC. Actually was appointed, but it didn't get approved in time before there became an opening on the MWSD board. Okay. So I'm helping with Greg with trying to get some issues like stormwater
And
on the
MCC,
Mid-Coast.
just for those that don't know, she's talking about the Mid-Coast
Mid-Coast
Council,
Community
which is an advisory body to the county.
Yes.
Right.
And I've been a longtime contributor as far as a member of the public that asks questions and attends their meetings virtually or hybrid. And one of the things is the stormwater. In fact, there's a new gully right on Highway 1 at Montero State Beach. It's like eroded so much it's only like 4 feet from the road now that someone just discovered, and it's coming across the highway. And
Oh, right. I saw you talking about that at the MCC, yeah.
And there's also, we did have the sinkhole, but that was also stormwater related. And I don't think, no offense, I don't think there's any budget for it for the coast side, even though they say, I took the Civics 101 class the county provided last fall, and they say that they're in charge of stormwater, but then whenever it comes up, they say they don't have money. So we need to get that.
So, Ray, that's
grants.
going to be on the top of your to-do list.
It's Department of Public Works.
Yeah, I mean, so we can talk about how we're starting to approach the budget, but one of the things that we're doing right now in the CRISP is that we're going to bring in an outside consultant to go ahead and list out all of the different projects and get them prioritized so that we can go ahead and see what needs to go first and moves the needle, because there are so many infrastructure projects that it's and the dollar amount of them is so overwhelming that you're right, Sid, the county can't pay for it all themselves. But if we get them all prioritized and figure out what needs to go first, then we can go to Sacramento, then we can go to the feds, and we can say this project goes first, this project
It's
moves the needle.
emergency, it's FEMA.
And start knocking them out one by one. But we have to get them prioritized first to know which one matters and which one the next one relies on.
Hallelujah. Because look, I mean, I do believe that this falls under the purview of FEMA, because you're talking about something that one major event could be catastrophic if it's not dealt with. So thank you for that.
It takes out our road. It does become a major event. And, 92 all last week was one-way controlled traffic.
Yep.
And then I'm worried that's going to be Highway 1 soon, because I've lived through 2 times of Devil's Slide being closed before they built the tunnel. So it's really a challenge for people that work in the city to go all the way through Half Moon Bay, up 92, down 280 up to the city. So I hope,
Yeah. We had to, so last week they were working on the trees to make sure they don't fall. There was the saturation caused a lot of roots to go ahead and become weakened, so they're taking out trees there. But one of the things that we're working on right now is those closures that happen, the messaging just isn't right. And so that's gone on too long. It's weird. It's, honestly coming into office as a supervisor and seeing that there really isn't a set system of how you notify the public when it's going to happen, the manner that people can expect to go ahead and see that when it's taking place. All of those things that we have to get ironed out, and we're sitting down right now with Caltrans and with the county and through all the messaging systems so that it's consistent, so that people can go ahead and when that's happening, they go, I can go to this site, it's up to date, I know what's happening, and it's going to tell me, so that you don't end up 10 minutes to get to work to get over the hill, and then all of a sudden you're sitting there in a 1-hour line.
Yeah, for me it's doctor's appointments. I don't want to miss them.
I mean, yeah, I don't envy anybody that has to go over 92 to get anywhere, especially right now. Listen, I was just going to say this real quick. If anything that we can do, what we do, we're listening to Caltrans all the time. We're listening to the county and everything, all the messaging that's coming out just on up to date. So if there's anything that we can do to help you get ahead on that or to get ahead of it, that's, again, part of the mission, part of what we're here to do. Folks, I just want to say thank you again. These guys, again, taking their time out on a beautiful, gorgeous Saturday afternoon. I hope we made it worth your while. If you haven't had a P-Town birria, you got to before you go. They're so delicious. But folks, listen to me. These guys are absolutely doing it for you. Again, these are citizens first. Politicians because they have to get your vote. But the thing about it is, and what I want you to understand is if rather than just like Ray and I think you too said you got to get involved, and hopefully that anger turns into action, and that action turns into commitment. And just like Dolores Huerta on her 93rd birthday, you too will still be there making a change in your community. Can we give it up for these two real quick? And my man Rudy, can you do me a big favor and play us out? We're going to do a little bit of a break, and what we're going to do, folks, in the break is we're going to talk to you a little bit about how you can create a show. We're going to actually give you a little bit of the nuts and bolts. Rudy, hit it.
Become a PCT member today. Visit www.pacificcoast.tv, scroll down to the Save Our Station button, and click. Then donate any amount to help support our station, and you can become a member. Anything counts. Pacific Coast Television, the voice of the coast side.
All right, hello and welcome to the third and final module of the How to Make a podcast. My name is Natalia.
And I'm Martin.
Yeah, and we're going to talk to you about distribution. So what distribution means is really simple. It's just the process of getting your podcast out to TV, the internet, radio, social media, anywhere where people can see it and enjoy the awesome content that you're going to make.
Now it goes into the PCT website, TV channels, radio, and YouTube channel, as well as your Facebook, and you can even post it on your own social media of your choice. The coolest part about that is you can also go on TV as well. PCT is channel 26 for Pacifica and channel 27 for Half Moon Bay, and we can put it in those channels as well as PCT's Apple TV and Roku channels. And also, if the content works without seeing the visual aspect, you can also put it on the PCT radio as well. And next, Natalia will show you how to get your podcast into PCT.
So first, after you record the podcast, you're going to receive the video file for it. And once you've got that file, you just need to call the PCT station at 650-355-8000. And you just need to call and let them know that you've got an all new episode of your podcast ready for distribution. And the next thing you're going to do is send the file to our programming coordinator at programming@pacificcoast.tv. And so sending it through email, sometimes the file can be too big. And if it's too big, all you need is a Google account, which is completely free. And you can use Google Photos to store that file and send the link. So Google Photos, literally, if you just at the Google homepage, you can go right here to Google Photos and upload it there, send that link, then it's completely free. And you're sending that link so that he can, one, put the video up on PCT's YouTube channel, and two, schedule the content on the TV channels and the web stream and let you know when it's going to show live. Also, if you make multiple episodes at once, say 4 or so, the programming coordinator, you can schedule it at a series time so it repeats and it shows at that same time. After you've emailed the file and it's been uploaded to YouTube, you can go to PCT's YouTube channel. You can find your podcast on PCT's YouTube channel. So for example, let's say, this was your show, for example. You can take this link and you can copy it and then go on over to PCT's website. You're going to sign in. So I'm already signed in, so can't show you that part, but it's going to be right here, the button. You click sign in, put in your email and your password, and then it'll take you to this page. And once you're here, you're going to go to Watch PCT here in the little head bar and go down to Member Videos right here. And here, member videos page. You can see some of these shows that PCT has, all awesome. And then you can hit add here. And once you hit add, it's going to take you to this page. So right here, you always have the option to upload the file directly from your computer, but it's much easier to just hit here, add videos from YouTube, hit the YouTube, and it'll take you here. And all you need to do is paste that YouTube link and hit add video. Once it loads, it's going to show you this. And right here, there's the title, there's the description, and there's also this little tag section. And here in the little tag section, you can put in any keywords related to your content. So maybe if your podcast is about music, you can put in music. So it's just about tagging it with anything that is related to your content. It'll help people find it. So once you've done that, you'll see this page and your video is now uploaded to PCT's website. Now you can basically take this link, or you can take the same YouTube link you used earlier and say, go to your Facebook, hit that create a post button and put it right on in there, and boom, it's right there. And then you can even, put in some tags, type in whatever you want and post it. And now all of your friends on Facebook, they can see the post, the content, and it's officially been shared.
Hello everybody, I hear Pacific Coast Television is doing a fundraiser, and now there are tons of reasons why you should help support Pacific Coast Television. They are a local nonprofit in Pacifica. They help the community, they give a voice to the voiceless, but not only that, students and people dreams. I used to be an intern there, and thanks to Pacific Coast Television, I am now an anchor/reporter at ABC 23 and Fox 28 in Eureka. And if it wasn't for them, I would literally not be sitting here. I am so grateful for them. They do amazing work, and they really do help out everyone and anyone that comes into their path.
Welcome to PCT's 45th Open House, where you are the star. Join your friends at PCT as we show you how to create your own TV show, podcast, and radio show. Meet the local businesses and the community leaders of our coast side. That's PCT's 45th Anniversary Open House.
It's the Open House. That's right, man. That was Joshua, our intern Joshua. Where is Joshua, man? I don't know where he is. They probably got him working on something. But that was Open House. Good job, Joshua. Give it up for Joshua, everybody, with the Open House. Love it, bro. Good stuff, man. Also, too, he does a mean George Michael, if those of you who don't know. Oh, well, I guess it would be nice. Anyway, if you're just tuned in, yes, you are watching the 45th anniversary PCT Open House. We're toward the end of the day here, but I got to be honest with you. You know what really made this day special? I mean, everything makes it special. But you guys, our beautiful, wonderful, amazing volunteer board member, Cheryl Amateur, who is sick at home right now. I love you, Cheryl. She went and got herself a little appendicitis. What'd you do that for, Cheryl? So she can't be here, but I know she's at home watching, and we love you, Cheryl. But what she did was she said, hey, Marty, what if we brought some of the, she works in a vendor collaborative, right? And working with artisans, craftspeople, Here to my right here, all the way to my far right, to your left, I have Kimberly with Coastside Creations. Hi, Kimberly. I'm going to pull that mic a little closer to you, Kimberly. And over to her left, we have Deanna from Suncatchers and Jewelry. Hi, Deanna. How are you?
Good to see you.
Yeah, good to be seen. And I want to thank you guys for coming and attending today. I know it wasn't the Fog Fest or whatever, but as far as people, coming through, but I hope you were able to make some good connections today. Did you meet anybody new and maybe somebody that, who knows, might become a lifelong customer or maybe even friend? I don't know.
There's a lady that wants to do a show and have us on it.
What?
That's
right. That's right.
I bet you that was Kathy, huh?
Yes,
She wants to have you on her show. Okay. All right. Well, I'll buy that for $1. Yes, ma'am. Now, aside from what you come in here today, let's talk, if we can, about your everyday business and what you do. Deanna, let's start with you first. Suncatchers. Now, I think I know what a suncatcher is. What's a suncatcher?
I use chandelier crystals and sparkly beads and put sea life creature beads.
Yeah, now I don't know if we can get a good close-up of that, but it is gorgeous.
All my travels, I'm treasure hunting. So I went to Reno and got one of the crystals. It was actually hidden under a lot of things, and the gentleman that in the antique store, he found them for me.
Wow, and even on TV, and TV, here doesn't usually do it justice. That's it, Pablo, you got it. Stay easy, bro. No, you're okay right there. Stay right there, Pablo, you're good. All right, bro. That's it, stay right there, that's good. All right, now, that is absolutely gorgeous. Tell us what's in that one, if you don't mind.
So the skeleton key is from France, and I got that at an antique show.
Yes.
And I put them together because they matched up so nicely. And then this is a chandelier crystal that makes a lot of rainbows. And so
now, do we call that a suncatcher? Is that a suncatcher?
Yes.
Because it reflects, right? It shines and shimmers?
Yes.
It sure does. Even on TV, it's shining and shimmering. It's hard for us to get stuff to do that. When you put stuff in media, you don't realize your eye is so much better than cameras at capturing detail.
Okay.
But yeah, no, even on TV, that looks fantastic. And how long have you been doing that for?
I've been doing it since I started when I was beach combing, and I'd find shells with holes in them, and then I found some beads that looked like sea glass.
Beautiful.
And I started stringing them, and it didn't stop.
Yeah. If your arm
gifts.
is getting tired, you can set that down. I know you're probably like going, how long do I have to hold this?
They're earrings, actually.
I got somebody. I think Imani you might have a customer over there. She definitely. I think she sparkles as it is, but maybe we can talk Imani into wearing one of those as an earring. And Kimberly, it's Coastside Creations. What kind of creations?
Yes. I make soaps, handmade cold processed soaps. I do skincare. I'm also a licensed esthetician, kind of how I started this business. Body care, bath bombs, the gamut.
Okay, now I got to ask you a question here, and maybe I'm putting you on the spot here.
Sure.
But like, for example, my gal Imani over here is very much into the environment and us being good stewards of the environment. And I can tell you that this Coastside is all about it, whether it's the Pacific Beach Coalition or so many other organizations that are first and foremost, their mission is to be sensitive to the environment. What do you recommend for somebody who wants to buy bath soaps or things like that, but don't want all the chemicals and all the stuff that's bad for the environment? I mean, what do they need to avoid, whether or not they come to you? What do they need to avoid?
Well, I think it's twofold. I think it's not just the ingredients, but the packaging, obviously.
Oh,
you don't want
sure.
to kind of avoid too much plastic. I use a lot of reusable wraps, beeswax, a lot of glass, paper, my shampoo bars, kind of inspiring people to use less bottles, right, in your shower. But I think in natural ingredients, like the ones I use in my products, they're vegan, palm-free. So a lot of those kinds of things, I make soaps that have no fragrance at all. So people who are sensitive skin types, who have maybe eczema or other skin conditions, they may be good for them. But yeah, I do think that ingredients and the packaging are both important when you're talking about environmentally friendly.
Absolutely.
Things, yeah.
Well, good point. And I guess similar question for you, Deanna, because I think, don't you you go out and, like Cheryl, you find some of these treasures, don't you?
I do. I treasure hunt wherever I go. A lot of times on vacation, I have time to go to antique stores, and I go with my mom to the Petaluma Antique Fair that's on April 30th this month. It's probably got 50 vendors, so there's a lot of repurposed items that I dig through, and I find the treasures that inspire me.
So exciting. Tell us how people can find you. Let's start with you, Kimberly, because obviously you're going to be Handmade Pacifica. When do they do their thing?
Yes. So
and where?
Handmade Pacifica is at the Sanchez Art Center,
Yes,
and it's
ma'am.
at the end of July. The exact date, it's the last Sunday in July. I don't know the exact date of that off the top of my head, but
we'll figure it out. Go to our website, pacificcoast.tv. We'll put it up.
Absolutely, and we do post it on all our social medias as well, so you can find it. My social media, my Instagram is at coastside.creations, so you can find me there. My website is shopcoastsidecreations.com, and that's where you can find me. And I love the Handmade Pacifica event, so we hope to see all of our local community out there. It's a great event for
Well, we'll be pumping
all
it
of
up,
us.
and we'll be there.
Yes,
we'll be there with
good.
the
I'm
cameras.
glad. We can't
yes,
wait.
Ma'am. Same questions for you, Deanna.
I'm on Instagram at coastal_sun_catchers, and also I'm at Silk and Stone, the store on Main Street in Half Moon Bay. And on May 13th, I'm hoping to have a create your own sun catcher station where I bring everything and people can make their own sun catchers.
Now, talk to me, if you probably know about this, but there's also a weekly or a monthly thing that's going on in Half Moon Bay, too, so that people can come out to see all the arts and crafts. What's that called, and when
There's
does it happen?
Harvard Market,
Okay.
second Saturday. It's
Second
in
Saturdays.
Princeton. And then there's Make It Main Street on Thursday.
Make it Main Street. Okay, but wait a minute. The other one, Harvard,
Harvard Market
and that's
is the second Saturday.
that's in Princeton Harbor.
Princeton, and it's back in the back towards
back, okay.
Mavericks.
Okay, towards the
But there's
Mavericks.
probably 20 vendors there. There's food, music.
Oh, beautiful. When is that happening again? I got to.
Every
Come on, Imani.
The second Saturday.
Second Saturday, babies. All right, and Make It Main Street happens when?
Make It Main Street Marketplace happens the first Thursday of every month.
I'm writing this
3
down.
to 7, I think, right now.
Folks, by the way, and for you guys too, and all the rest of our vendors, if there are events that are going around in the community, remember earlier I said that our website is a fully functional social media platform. Well, when you go on there and join as a member, which by the way is free, but you can give us money too. You can give us money. We are a nonprofit, but to join, it's free, and you can list your own events there.
Thank you. That's
So
really nice.
and there's a great opportunity for folks who just want to continue to get the word out. And if nothing else, you're flagging us. Oh, right. There's a thing I got to go check. We got to go check out. Maybe get a camera on it or get a volunteer to come out and want to do it. Deanna Adams with Suncatchers Jewelry and Kimberly with Coastside Creations. Can we just say thank you to these two lovely ladies? It's really, really been a pleasure having you guys. And stay tuned because we got a little bit more. We got a couple more wonderful vendors that are here today. We're going to be here till 5 o'clock. So if you want to run down here and say hi, buy me a birria, I'm all for it. We can do that. And we'll be right back right after this. Rudy, hit it. Wait, I know that song. What is
I like
that?
that, yeah. I know it.
Pacific Coast TV has been connecting the San Mateo coastside through public, education, and government access television since 1977. As your local media center, we have provided a home for local personalities, performers, and artists to share their craft through one-of-a-kind programming.
I'm working long, don't change it.
There you go. Now shake that thing.
Many ongoing television series have called PCT home throughout the years.
But you know what I meant.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
What is she here?
Consistent coverage of local events and government meetings continue to bring the community closer together. PCT needs you now more than ever. The business complex housing PCT has been sold. Our individual unit is being offered for sale. We urgently need your donations to help keep PCT in its home. Please donate today by calling 650-355-8000 and leaving a message. Or visit our website at www.pacificcoast.tv to donate online now. We truly appreciate your help.
Welcome to PCT's 45th Open House, where you are the star. Join your friends at PCT as we show you how to create your own TV show, podcast, and radio show. Meet the local businesses and the community leaders of our coastside. That's PCT's 45th Anniversary Open House.
Yeah, man. Heard you missed us. We're back. It is the Pacific Coast Television 25th, 30th? 31st? No, it's the 45th anniversary. And in case you missed it, man, we've been talking all about community and building community and community media. And if you're at home, man, and you're jaded, and you're like, man, what's this world coming to? And this world's whack, and I don't want to be here no more. And man, that's on you. Let me just put it straight. That's on you, because we over here, we're talking about community media, building community, and activating folks into doing wonderful things to where you're not just at the effect of it, you're making things happen. And two wonderful organizations that are helping to do that. I have directly to my right here Marisol from Copper and Moss. Come on, give it up for Copper and Moss Studios. And then I also have Kimberly and her son Eli. Not Kimberly. How about Tiffany and her son Eli? Can we just give it up for those P-Town Birrias people?
Thank you.
Now, I gotta be honest with you, Tiffany. I ain't even had the Birrias yet. All because talk. Okay, this is what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Can we talk?
Mm-hmm.
Here's the thing. She did not have her truck today. She was without her truck, and rather than for her not to be here, it could have been easy. You could have just said, "Hey, look, man, I ain't gonna make it."
I'm committed.
She's committed.
I'm committed.
She's perfectly committed and fitted to make it happen. Don't get me going. I got bars. Don't get me going. But my point being is that you couldn't do the full-on thing, but you brought those empanadas, girl.
That's what's up.
That is what's up.
The P-Town Soul Crisp. That's my new thing that I've been doing, and I'm glad that you
little mini empanadas. You call them the Soul Crisps.
Soul Crisp. I had to do something, to represent P-Town.
Represent.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what's in those? There's besides just goodness.
You have the jerk chicken empanadas today with Spanish rice, some onion, cheese, cilantro, anything I could think of, I put it in there, but made it like really gourmet. So it's like you're just eating something it's just full of flavor in your mouth. A little bit of spice, not too spicy, but just enough spice that like you might get a little heat, but it's not gonna kill you.
Girl, I'm a Mexican. You could do it. It's all right. And I'm not even just I'm a Nuevo Mexicano.
Okay.
So we eat the hottest of the hot.
stuff,
Oh yeah, the New Mexico hot hatch chilies. So, but the flavor is out of this planet.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good. Now you've got your son Eli with you now. What I'm gonna ask is Marisol, if you don't mind, just real quick, because I'm gonna ask Eli here. I see you're kind of infirmed a little bit today, Eli. How'd you get that?
That injury, playing basketball. I'm actually a basketball player.
You're only 6'13", so I mean I wouldn't have imagined that. But you got hurt, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. So now you got time to help mom out.
Yeah.
let me ask you, what's it like helping mom out? Bring that mic up a little bit. There you go.
This has been the best experience ever, honestly. I meet so many great people. You know, I get to learn so many things, so many life lessons that'll help me on.
You met Warren G.
Yeah, I've met amazing people. Warren G. You know, I got to cater him. That was an amazing thing. Got an autograph.
At the longboard?
Yeah, yeah. That was us.
Shout out to longboard.
We regulate.
Regulators, mount up.
I love seeing like all these people. I get to see all these faces, and serving people is just so amazing, and connecting with everybody. It's just an amazing experience.
Hey, were you there when Sir Mix-a-Lot came?
I wish.
No, not that time.
She got to have you for that one.
Yeah. The Far Side is coming, though, you guys.
The Far Side's going to be here, y'all.
Little lab cabin, California.
Ooh, yeah. Wait, they're coming to where?
They're
going to be at Longboard?
Longboard's May 20th, I think.
May 20th, the Far Side. Hey, Kim at Longboard, by the way, since we got to put it down for our
Kim,
locals.
love you, Kim, queen.
We love you, Kim. And now Kim, I'm going to say, she's been going through now because they raised her rent over there at the Longboard. And so, Leilani, Imani, we got to go over there. We got to go give Kim some love.
Yeah.
After party at the Longboard, y'all. And because that's what it is. It's all about community. These people, you know, I mean, there's a lot of easier ways to make a buck than run a local establishment that's going to bring, you know, national touring acts like the Far Side and all these guys to town. But how long have you been doing this with the Birrias?
I started during the pandemic. That's when the businesses started opening back up. I had already built a following, and then they called me to come and set and pop up. And I know a lot of these women from popping up, and it became this community. Well, they're my twiners. I call them twiners because we were at Intertwine on Palmetto. And we would do it, every Sunday or on the week, Saturday or Sunday, and we just really, really came together and really helped each other out and held each other down. And like we just built this. It just grew and grew and grew. And next thing you know, people were coming from all over. And the guy that owned Intertwine at the time had just opened his restaurant, and you know he needed people. And it was like, okay, food, coffee. These ladies were selling their stuff, and it changed. We were able to find something. I think the pandemic was a blessing and a curse because we were able to tap into our true selves, you know, and work on our talent. And that's pretty much what happened.
Sometimes you do. You got to go within. Now, let me ask you, Marisol, Copper and Moss. What's the first of all, what are your products? And then what's the je ne sais quoi? What's the thing that ties it together?
So Copper and Moss Studio, actually, it started in my home. I do small batch candles, and they're beeswax candles, but what started it all was I wanted to create clean burning, non-toxic candles. People
that part.
Yeah, and I was also a pandemic born business, or Copper and Moss Studio was. And it essentially just started in my home, doing it for myself, making them for my family, and I wanted to share it with my community.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and so in 2020, or actually 2021, the first pop-ups are really starting to evolve, and I wanted to hop on and reached out to people who are organizing, like, hey, this is what I'm doing. How can I support? How can I get involved? And from there, Pacifica was so receptive to the pop-ups, the makers, and really played like the biggest role in Copper and Moss Studio's evolution. And so it allowed me to open up a studio on Palmetto, and then I'm expanding, and I'll announce it here. I'm going to be a shop in a shop in the Royal Bee Yarn Company with Kelly. So
at the Royal Bee. Okay,
yeah,
okay.
So I'm super stoked for that.
Yeah,
and,
give it up, give it up.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's a big step for me, and yeah, Pacifica. I mean, I don't know if I was anywhere else, if it would have been the same, response.
Well, you know what? We've been talking about it all day, and of course, we're bragging on the coast side, but really though, coast side putting it down, and I mean from Pescadero to P-Town, coast side's where they put their Mac down. Okay? But no, they really do, and what I mean is supportive of each other.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Just that kumbaya, that support, that. What our old hippie friend, I think that's what it is, because I know all these old hippies, and we, some of them are employed by us. We got Steve Brown, who was the Grateful Dead's tour manager and photographer at different points in his career, and so I think that there is something, to that initial kind of, that hippie kind of vibe of everybody helping everybody and making it happen. I don't know what we would call it now. Maybe it'd be new age or something else. I don't know if there's a term for it anymore, but
It's called love.
Love.
That's what's up.
Yep.
We've got
That's right.
love out.
All
Nothing
you need
but
is love.
out
Do you
here.
know that one? All you need is love. Do you know that one, Rudy? Yeah, Rudy knows it. All right. Well, maybe we'll get to that at some point on our musical voyage here. But because we are running out of time, it's the end of the day, and I know you guys need to have time to break down. And by the way, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming and being a part of this day. Yeah. Should we do it again?
Absolutely.
Should we do it again? Do it again, and I think we're going to get more people and more people. Maybe during the summer or during the fall. We do a thing in the fall. We do a thing called PCT Honors, usually in the summer, which is an awards program that for the coast side.
Okay.
And then we do a thing in the fall that is our telethon. That's our big fundraiser for PCT. And y'all, we need the money because we just bought this building. By the way, we just bought this building.
Nice.
But now we got to figure out how to pay for it. Ouch. But maybe you all can help us and we can help you at the same time. And thank you. So real quickly, how can we find you, Marisol? Copper and Moss Studios. You're at the Royal Bee.
I'll be at the Royal Bee Yarn Company. The date, we don't have an official date yet,
Okay.
but I do have a studio at 1305 Palmetto Avenue, Suite A, and I'm there every Wednesday from noon to 5.
And otherwise, social?
And otherwise, socials at Copper and Moss Studio. And I have a website.
Is it Copper ampersand?
It's Copper and Moss Studio.
A&D Moss.
And Moss Studio.
I don't know if you can put an ampersand on a
You can't.
Instagram handle, can you?
No.
At Copper and Moss Studio. Singular.
Yes, singular.
Got it. And what about you guys?
At P-Town Videos on Instagram and Facebook, and then ptownvideos.com.
And by the way, if you're having an event,
Oh, I cater.
she
we-
caters. If you
our
already know what
tagline-
time it is.
We pull up, we pop up, we roll out.
Pull up, pop up, roll out. That sounds like a song. Come on. Pull up, pop out, roll out. Pull up, pop out, roll out. Everybody. Okay, I'm kidding. Hey, can I say thank you to y'all? Everybody, can we give it up for these wonderful people right here? And all of our wonderful vendors, some of whom were a little bit too shy to want to come on here. Rudy, play us out. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Today, visit www.pacificcoast.tv, scroll down to the Save Our Station button, and click. Then donate any amount to help support our station, and you can become a member. Anything counts. Pacific Coast Television, the voice of the coastside.
This time, we're going to start at the top of the list. This with you, sir. So we're going to go ahead and spin right now. So go ahead. Let's see. All right, extra spin. Okay, so you're gonna be able to guess a letter of the phrase that we have here, and regardless if you're right or wrong, you're gonna get an extra spin. So, will it be?
A vowel or?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
T.
T. Is there a T in the phrase? Yes, there is. Congratulations, sir. Word of advice. This is a phrase. So, you know the phrase? You have several T's, sir. Okay. So we're going to move on to the next contestant. Thank you for that. You get extra spin. Let's see. Oh, Solve. Do you know this phrase already, sir?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Sorry, sir. Okay, so now we're going to move on to our next contestant. Spin, please. Okay. Pick a letter. C. Is C a part of this phrase? Let's see. It is. Okay. Oh, all right. Several C's. How about it? All right, moving on. Spin, please. Anticipation. What's it gonna be? Oh, pick a letter. Okay. O. Is O a part of the phrase? Oh, it is. I see. Oh, several O's. Okay. Let's give it up. Several O's. Yes. All right. Moving back up. Spin, please. Let's see what we have. Pick a letter, sir.
Me? Yes, sir. I'll take an H.
H. We have an H to the phrase. Okay, moving on. Okay, pick a letter, ma'am. E. Is E a part of this phrase? We have an E. We have several E's. What is this phrase? All right, moving on. Spin, please. Where will we land? Oh, pick a letter, please. I. Do we have an I? We have an I. Yay, we have an I. Congratulations. Okay, moving back up. Spin. Where will we land? Okay, and it looks like you have lost a turn, Jerry.
I was ready to solve it.
So sorry. Moving on. Let's see. What will it be? Pick a letter. A. Do we have an A? Oh, we do have an A. All right, moving on down. Spin. What will it be? Solve. Can you solve this phrase? No. Okay, she cannot. The whole phrase. Sorry. Okay, moving on down. Spin. Who's gonna win? What will it be? Okay, you get 2 tries. What's it gonna be?
Just solve it?
Do you want to solve it?
No, I was wrong. What I thought it was. But, it's voice of the I don't know, COVID.
Well, you have an extra spin, so you can get another try. So a spin. Oh, okay, you can get to pick a letter.
V.
B. V, I'm sorry. V is in Victor, is V. Oh, we do have a V. We have a V, okay. Moving on down. Spin, spin, spin. Can we guess the phrase for the win? Pick a letter.
I can name that too.
Would you like to solve the phrase?
Voice of the Coast Side.
Oh, Voice on the Coast Side. We have a winner. Congratulations. What did she win? Straight out of Pacifica. Straight out of Pacifica. Straight out of Pacifica. Let's give it up. Yeah.
Welcome to PCT's 45th Open House, where you are the star. Join your friends at PCT as we show you how to create your own TV show, podcast, and radio show. Meet the local businesses and the community leaders of our coast side. That's PCT's 45th Anniversary Open House.
Wow. I got the dynamo over here. Lori, what do you got over there? She's got all kinds of stuff over here. All right, so we got Kim back here, and we got Lori, and there's all kinds of stuff she's laid out from all of the wonderful, wonderful vendors. And so we've got, what is that? Is that a shirt? What is that? I think we got a shirt over here. Let's take a look at here.
Marty's guessing.
I'm gonna grab it. I don't know. It looks. What is it? Let's see what it is. Yeah, it is a shirt. Oh, alas. Yes, the alas, which is, I'm going to get it right. Ayundo Latino Sonar. Okay, alas. This is the farm labor group. And like I was telling you all, I just came back from the Dolores Huerta's 93rd birthday. So alas on the coast side is specifically doing it. So you're wearing one of these shirts. If you win one of these, this is pride. Who donated this alas shirt?
Oh, actually, I was the one who helped get it at the Half Moon Bay Pumpkin Fest.
You helped to get it at the Pumpkin Fest. Rudy did.
I think the executive director of Allus donated it to me.
Okay.
I remember correctly.
And then we have some Pacifica sea glass, some wonderful things. Here's something I haven't seen yet. This one is a hat. Oh my gosh. There's no way you guys can do it justice, so I'm not even going to try. But this is Food for Faces. Marley Lobo's the artist. And this is a gorgeous hat. You know I'm a big hat wearer. You guys know I like my hats. It's made from cork.
It's really cool.
It's made out of cork, folks, okay? So we're about to do this thing. And then, oh yeah, got some cardamom, tea, and grapefruit. And then what do you got there?
And that's a candle.
Another one of these. That's a candle. And then some more of these. All right, so we're going to pull. How many pulls is that? I don't want to overdo it. And 2 pots, which you can almost see. Yes, you can. Okay, those are from Manor Ace Hardware, by the way. Thank you, Manor Ace Hardware. We love you. Doing the dang thing. We got 12 polls. Holy guacamole, Batman! All right, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Do it.
Are you ready?
I'm always ready.
All right, here we go. 6, 5, 6, 3, 2, 0.
656 320 656. Is that you? No, but he held his thing up anyway. All right, 656 230. That's a winner. Okay, next.
656 338.
656 338. 656 338. And any ones that don't come to claim their prize, I'm just going to sell them at the TV. Sell them at the TV auction, make some money for the station. I'm kidding.
Sounds about right.
656-300.
656-300. 656-300. Some of these folks might have went home. That's all right. Who? You won? Oh my gosh. You won. Hey. Ho. Yes. Yes. Ho. All right, we got a winner. Winner, chicken dinner.
That's right. 656-274.
656-274. Hey, let's hit that. Come on, hit the Tiffany. Hit the music.
We have a winner.
You know what? Yeah, pick one. Just pick it. It's you. Okay, you got it. Thank you. Beautiful. I'm liking how this is working out.
656-270.
656-270. Yeah, hit it. Hit that music, man. Hey, ho. All right. What's the next one?
Next up, 656-326.
656-326. Hit it.
Oh, we have a winner.
Got a winner. Okay, pick one. That's Mike. You got it, bro. At this point, I'm just going to believe you, bro. Just go ahead and pick one.
What do you want, sweetheart? The hairpin.
I know, you don't have to show it to me. I'm like, you won.
From the left. That
See what happens when you come down? See?
Thanks,
You're
Dad.
the winner.
You're welcome, sweetheart.
Thanks, Dad. You got it.
I love the lemon curd with it.
The lemon curd goes with that as well. We're not even making TV anymore. We're just making a deal here. All right. Not yet. Okay, wait for it. Somebody's really trigger happy on that Carson music. We're not going to get hit with a copyright strike or anything, I'm sure. Okay, ready?
656-353.
656-353. Hit it. Okay, whoever you are, 353, you just won.
656-311.
311. I need a dance partner. Come on, Rudy. Okay, ready?
I'm conveniently
All right.
locked in.
Okay, give her the mic, Rudy. What's the next one?
656-373.
373. Help me out, Rudy. Yay! We got the winner. Winner. We have a winner over here. I'd be going with that cork hat. That's just me, unless you got a lady.
Dreamcatcher, yeah.
Dreamcatcher. Yes. Ooh, Dreamcatcher. Woo! Okay, ready?
Here we go. 656-355.
355.
355.
Come on, Rudy. Yes. All right. We'll just be here dancing for the rest of the show. That's what's going to
656-277.
277. Whoa! Hey, where's my Tiffany music? What happened? Come on, Rudy. You're solo, Rudy. I just want to watch that show. All right, are we done? Can we be? Do we? I don't want to shortchange it. One more. All right, ready? 377 happened.
377.
You got
277.
Close enough. Come on down. You're the winner. There you go. Grab something. There you go. You got it. Pick yourself something out there. Everybody wins one.
All right, 656-310.
310. Whoa! Is that it? Oh my God! It was the raffle that would never end. Thank you so much. All right, you guys are so sweet to do all that.
We're just your backup band. It's fine.
So sweet to do all that. Can we give it up for them just one more time, please? All right, I think we just, okay, that's it. Good night. Actually, we got one more segment, and we're probably going over here, but that's okay because it's community media. We can do that.
Right.
But what I'd like to do is I'd like to talk to these three lovely people here just for a moment, just to end out the show, because each one of you has in your own way had a little something to do with community media, and not because you're a big-time politician or because you've got a business or whatever to sell something or whatever, but because you kind of care. I think that's what all three of you kind of have in common. I'm going to start all the way to my right over here with Leilani Hana Ike, who I have known since she was about 14 years old. Yep, 14. And now she's 150, although she looks damn good.
It's been a while.
No, but
I will not tell you what my secret is.
you are, yeah, no, don't tell us. But Leilani, pull that mic a little close to you, sweetheart, and tell me, when you first started at PCT, you started as a part of the Boys and Girls Club, right?
I was with 4-H.
Oh, 4-H.
Yep. We
I
did
knew that.
a TV production project here. Basically learned the ropes of how to do everything and how to basically do cameras, directing, all of that. Made our own TV show. And then went from there. I joined Soundwaves, joined the PCT family, and have been going strong since then. Now I have a family member who happens to be a board member on PCT. Because
Your mom.
My mom, who
Because she was the one chaperoning you to all the stuff that you guys
she's
were doing.
now the treasurer, I believe.
I don't know. Is she here? Did Linda go home?
Yes, she's outside. She's hiding.
Okay,
from you.
Linda, we love you.
She's outside hiding from you.
She's outside. She's like,
She just yelled, "Love you too."
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been a part of PCT for years and gotten to see all the changes that have happened, and it's been super fun. It's also a great way to work with the community and make friends. Which is
Yeah,
also
and you guys have hung out before, actually. The
Yes.
last time we were, what was it, Fog Fest or something? Yeah. Yeah. Well, so if you're going to say anything to anybody at home watching about why they should volunteer or care or come down here and give us some money, by the way, 355-8000 and PacificCoast.tv. There's a donate button there. What would you tell them? Why?
Honestly, for me, it's an experience to be able to actually be a part of my community and not just seeing it as you're kind of driving by. I think a lot of people nowadays with social media and everything and movies and whatnot, they're too busy kind of in their phones and in their own world and in their own heads and not interacting with people that are around them, especially within their communities. They might be interacting with people, via text message or something like that, versus here you get to physically see somebody and learn about what's happening in your community, learn about the amazing things that are happening and also sometimes the unfortunate things that are happening, and see how you can help out and actually help the people that live around you. I personally think it makes the community so much better to be able to know that we've got some amazing businesses around, we've got amazing people around, we've got these amazing events that happen all around us as well, and getting to know about those, especially through community media, is great, especially if you're sick and you can't happen to go to the Pumpkin Festival or something when it's happening. Guess what? You can watch it right here on PCT because we show things like that. And you can also help support us as well when we do, our auction each year and things like that. It's nice to be able to just kind of give back a bit.
Don't mind me. I'm just doing a little social media posting while you're talking. But
you act like I haven't known you for long enough. that does not distract me anymore.
Imani, and if you don't mind, Rudy, I'm going to have you pass the mic over to Imani. But now, Imani and I have known each other for a long time because she was a filmmaker up in Sacramento, and then she moved down here and went to San Francisco State and studied environmental studies, which is why I thought there was some nice little dovetails here today with some of the businesses and so forth. But same question, I mean, what would you say, Imani, to somebody who, is sitting on the fence or they're sitting at home, and why should they get involved?
Well, the way I look at getting involved is, it's kind of like all the things that we get from our community, we can then give back and kind of be a part of the solution. Just like PCT, it's like, if you can go and watch the Fog Fest, the Pumpkin Fest, you're getting something out of that. So when you give back, it's kind of an investment into your own well-being, really. So I would say, it's just kind of like being part of the cycle of, like, you give, you get back, and it just keeps going. So,
an investment in your own well-being. That one's going to stick with me.
That's really well said.
That might end up on a T-shirt. It's an investment in your own well-being. All right, Rudy, same question. Now, Rudy and I know each other because Rudy came in here as an intern, but Rudy's from Pacifica. You live in, you born and raised your whole life, right?
Yeah, I've lived in Pacifica my entire life.
And Rudy, I know that you're a big fan of the Tonight Show.
Yep, yeah.
And old school talk shows and things like that, which kind of I think is what made us think about this as a format for, because last year's format was different. But first of all, let me ask you, Rudy. I mean, so how did you get involved, and how's that been for you?
So I knew about Pacific Coast TV because I did previously work at the Golden Gate National Parks Conservancy, which is a nonprofit partner of the national parks.
Yeah.
And I did the Link program, where you would go out and you would become part of a community. You would do service projects in the park. And then after that, I got some internships. I got a media internship with their media department. And I was like going out, interviewing people, editing together videos. It was really fun. And so I was always kind of doing the little work things in the summer, making some money. They would pay me stipends. And so my mom finds out about the PCT, and they're like, Rudy, you should join. And I was like, I don't know. I don't like calling people on the phone. So I held off for a little bit. Then I finally did give you guys a call. And I've been able to do so many cool things at Pacific Coast TV.
Including call people on the phone, by the way. It was one of the things we have our interns do, by the way. So you got plenty of practice at that. Thank you. And also even got your own show now.
I did.
Tell us about that.
So I was making like YouTube videos.
You can applaud for that.
I was putting them on YouTube, and I was working at PCT as an intern. And Jordan Globerson was like, hey, you got to send us some of that stuff. We'll air it. And I'm like, I don't know. It's too short. So for the Christmas of 2021, I believe, I put together, still in pandemic, I put together some stuff I filmed in my backyard, threw in some old Christmas specials, and I aired it. And then once PCT opened up, I was like, well, I got to get my own show. Ever since I figured out you could do shows at PCT, I was like, I got to do it.
Got to.
So I did my first show, I think was July 2022. I got Robbie Bancroft on. I think you can't have a more perfect guest.
Man.
You can't have a more perfect guest for your first show than Robbie Bancroft. And I did my second show with my friend Jess. We had to talk about Filipino culture surrounding Christmas, which was very interesting.
Did she bring any Filipino lumpias in for us to eat?
No, but I'm sure that would have been incredible.
Next time. To do.
I know a guy.
And
you know a guy? Okay, we'll talk.
All right, yeah. And then I brought Robbie Bancroft on again. And I'm coming up. I've got a Mars special where I'm going to be premiering my Martian Odyssey movie with an astronomy professor I'm going to be interviewing. And yeah, another thing is I got to work with so many great people on my show. I got Steve Brown, and I'm blanking on the director's name, but I'm sorry, the director of my show.
Ed?
Yeah, Ed. Ed, what was his last name?
It's Ed.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Ed. I'm terrible with names. But Steve Brown and Ed, the director, have been crucial in helping my show succeed, and they've really been able to help reach its full potential, and I'm eternally grateful for them.
Well, Steve and Ed, man, if you're listening, man, we love you, of course, and we thank you for being so wonderful and helping bring up, literally, I mean, what you're looking at here is about 2.5 generations of PCT, and again, over 45 years as a nonprofit, but remember, before that, another 10 years plus. So we go back all the way to the early 60s as your community media voice. And if we haven't made the case strongly enough, that's what it's about. It's about building community, it's about supporting community, and it's about creating additional community. So I just want to say thank you to everyone. I would like to say thank you to Jason Francisco in the booth. Let's give it up for Jason. Woo! I want to say thank you to my man Jordan, who's back there helping Jason. A guy that came in here to get, that's right, you can give it up for him. A guy that came in here to get interviewed, Roger, who is actually back there helping us work right now. I want to thank him for that. And I want to thank all of our volunteers and community-based. By the way, if you need to get vocational education for yourself or for a kid, somebody that, you know, maybe they're in the Boys and Girls Club and maybe they're in the 4-H and maybe they're not. Well, guess what? This is the place to do it. PacificCoast.org. PCT.TV. Thank you to all of our wonderful conspirators in making this thing possible. My name is Marty Anaya. Thank you and good night.